The music stopped. We'll fix it. Okay. We're here. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Let's see if we can't convince this thing to start playing its background music again. And welcome back. We are once again doing things poorly in that I'm not giving you what the schedule is beforehand, but that's okay. Probably, hopefully, a little bit. Yes. Another reason that we have the manual out. Page 6, third word, first paragraph. Page 6, third word, first paragraph. Marriage. Married is what brings us here together today. And we have background music. It's amazing. So, where were we? So, today, we are going to be in King's Quest IV. King's Quest IV is not one that I actually played growing up. So, this is going to be a bit of an adventure for me, a point-and-click adventure to be precise. And I remember playing King's Quest VI a lot. I remember playing King's Quest VII. There we go. But not 4. So I don't actually know what's going on. So we will have to actually read through all of the plot stuff. And we are going to die a lot. Before the end of the evening, I will probably resort to pulling out a walkthrough because these old Sierra point-and-click adventures can be inscrutable, we'll say, to say the least. They can be tricky, and they do have a tendency to hard lock you out of beating the game. Like, oh, you accidentally ate that pie in your inventory? Well, congratulations, you can't win the game anymore, because when you get to the Yeti, you needed the pie to throw at the Yeti so that he'd fall off the cliff. Like, you should have known not to eat the pie. You should have kept it in your inventory for weeks until it was, unchanged, because they didn't simulate the pie aging. But still, it has that sort of issue with it. Now, if you recall, when we were going through the different games that we could be playing, we had a couple on the list, and one that was actually higher up on the list than King's Quest was Echelon. And the problem is, yesterday, or maybe Sunday, I decided to actually open up Echelon, immediately get stonewalled, and then go and look at the manual. So this is the manual for Echelon, and if you haven't seen Echelon, or if you've never heard about it, Echelon, there's a reason that it's called an operations manual, not just like a game manual. So Echelon is a wireframe sort of thing. Actually, you know what? I think I can just straight up... we won't open it up. But it is a wireframe-based, like, flight simulator thing, and the problem is that down here in our instruction manual, to read this first. If you're the cautious type, skip this section. This section is a shortcut instruction course specifically designed for you. Fly by the seat of your pants, pilots, since you can't wait to get started. Give you enough training to get you safely out of the docking bay. After that, you're on your own. Okay. This game has many features and is designed to provide the player with maximum freedom and flexibility in game playing options. You may play at whatever level of action or adventure is most comfortable. Speed of play need not be a factor. Enemy spacecraft need not bother you. You decide. But because of the variety of playing modes, it is essential that you read this manual thoroughly to gain maximum enjoyment from the game. The problem is, instruments. Turn to page 13 and acquaint yourself with this location and meaning of all the gauges and readouts on your instrument panel. That's strike one. If I need a manual for the user interface for all of the readouts and gauges, we're probably already going to have a problem. So I'll skip kind of ahead to here. This is the reference card. The reference card that the manual specifically recommends you have out on your desk to help you play the game. Which is, honestly, a fun thing to do. I have played the Free Space 2, which is a space flight simulator thing, and it has a similar number of controls and keybinds. And I'll be honest, having something like this that came with the game would have been really cool. Or maybe it did, and I just never read the manual. But for the purpose of trying to learn and actually understand the controls within the span of the one stream that I'm going to be giving this, this is a little bit too complex. Now, I know that the resolution isn't great on this image, but you can see that we've got essentially what were probably designed to be joystick controls, because if we look at the manual, it does talk about joystick controls versus, versus keyboard controls. So we've got things like, especially flight simulators, especially early on when there were no kind of standard controls for flight sims, what they basically did is, well, we're just going to try to map like real flying stuff as closely as possible. So what are we going to do? Well, we try to stop. We have turn right, turn left. We have banking right and left. So this is basically pitch down, pitch up. And then it assumes that, well, that's close enough to mine. It's not exactly correct. So my pad, like, these are correct. Like, these 11 buttons are true. Enter button is also there. But I don't have plus minus here. Like, both of these squares would be plus and my minus would be up here. So, but yes, we have reverse thrust, forward thrust. We have fire, fire. And then we have multiple different binds. Oh no, these aren't multiple binds. It's the same binds listed two different places. We have the F keys involved. We have zooming out. We have... You know, maybe I needn't have been scared away from this, because a lot of these are duplicate controls just based on what you find more comfortable. Because this is actually something that you'd see in old roguelike games as well. By which I mean like Rogue and Angband, is you can see that this square of 9 here, like the JKL ones, are the same as the arrow keys over here. And this is not an option I ever played with in Angband, but it was one that you could enable. I believe the option was enable roguelike controls, and it would like use IJKL as your arrow keys. So this is, let's see. And maybe I might have been able to pull it off, but we are committed to King's Quest IV. Not just because I kind of already decided on it and I don't want to change plans, but you know, I made the YouTube thumbnail, I made the stream titles, you know, we'll keep it as it is. But it's a thing. Oh, like here's the combat points. We have all sorts of our on-screen indicators, which are also color-coded to mean different things depending on which color they are. Heading indicators, bank indicators. It actually tells you, because it assumes you don't know anything about, I guess, planes. Like, what is banking? What is pitching? What does it do? Where are your instruments? Oh, here's the readout for the instruments on the left-hand side of the screen, as opposed to the right-hand side of the screen. Here are the readouts for the instruments on your heads-up on the top right and top left of the screen. It's just, there is a lot going on here. Let's see what other indicators we have. joystick controls. We have different views, we have switching controls, training courses. We have a little bit of background, lore for the setting. There's just a lot of stuff going on here. Pirate code worksheet. Oh, interesting. It doesn't give you the answers in the manual, but it gives you like a mapping. It's like, these are the symbols for the ciphers. As you play the game, maybe you can figure it out. And then you can write down the ciphers and then translation here. So this is something that's not really a thing these days, where you get physical stuff. It's like, hey, here's your cheat sheet to actually like scribble stuff down in. It's just a fun artifact of a bygone era. In any case, that's not what we're here to play tonight. Tonight, we're in King's Quest IV, The Perils of Rosella. So we've got our lovely art for King's Quest. And The Perils of Rosella, a 3D animated adventure game. 3D? Really? We'll see how much we think it's 3D once we get into game. I don't think you can back up that statement. Right, so, before King's Quest IV was released, word leaked out that Graham would have a heart attack and might die. Fans were upset enough to write in, asking to save Graham. I wanted King's Quest IV to have some pressure applied to you. A timed game, taking place over a 24-hour period, so you roam around during the day and eventually returns to night. I don't remember other games using the same scenes at night. It looked creepy. The story always comes first, but the technology plays a big part in what you can't do. When Wizard and the Princess shipped to the IBM PC, you could play it in black and white or in 4 hideous CGA colors. When we created EGA support for King's Quest IV, we got higher resolution, get facial expressions and body language. Again, once we get in-game, you'll see what higher resolution counts for at this time. Also, I think I can zoom this in a little bit more. There we go. For music support, Ken met someone at a trade show, made a few calls to Roland, and suddenly we could add an orchestra to the games. That did a lot in establishing the mood. Orchestra. Let's see. I love King's Quest IV's terrifying Zombies Night and joyful Cupid's theme songs. King's Quest IV won the Software Publishers Association's Best Adventure Game Award in 1989, which is of course the year after it came out. We are in 1988. I knew the female lead is just fine for women and girls who play the game, but wasn't sure how it would go over with some of the men. And you know what? It wasn't as controversial as I expected. However, it was real strange at first designing the game. I had a different point of view. Having the woman die bothered me more than I expected. Interesting. I hadn't considered that that would be a problem that people would have, but I guess that's a traditional thing, like, alright, you make a mistake and your player character dies, and people get attached to different player characters, different amounts, and apparently, at least for this Roberta who wrote this blurb, when the player character is a woman, it bothered more that the woman died for her sins. So, not something I had actually considered. Let's see. Alright, so we have history. Now, as this is part of a story, the King's Quest series actually is not just like something like a Final Fantasy series, wherein the games mostly take place in like different parallel universes or whatnot, and they have references to each other, but they don't really overlap, and none of them really take place in the same place or same time. And I know that some things like Final Fantasy XIV have tried to kind of merge all of them together, and at this point there have been several different Final Fantasies set in Ivalice? One of those. But King's Quest 4 or King's Quest is kind of like an ongoing thing. It has repeat characters. We follow the royal family of Daventry. And, yeah. So, off we go to the beginning of the stories. We have a little bit of backstory before we get started on the gameplay. I'm going to need to be drinking a lot tonight because there's probably going to be a lot of talking. And I was actually social this weekend, so my voice always gets a little weird if I have to talk at parties at length. I can talk for hours on stream without messing up my voice, but I go out for like just a couple hours socializing when there's a bunch of ambient noise and I have to raise my voice above all of it. And suddenly it becomes a problem. Okay, I'm going to restart it again to make the music play again. Unless... Did I download... No, I did not download the soundtrack. Alright. We started up again. Page 2, what is the fourth word in the... Alright, 2, fourth word, first sentence. Page 2, fourth word, first sentence. Legend. Okay, now where were we? A long time ago, in a kingdom called Daventry, there lived a king named Edward. Daventry was a very old kingdom, and it had its share of kings, both good and bad, over the thousands of years. King Edward was a very good king, but he was also very old, and without children. Disorder ruled the land since the loss of the 3 great treasures. King Edward feared that disorder might degenerate further once he died. Besides, he knew, as well did his people, that without an heir to the throne, the kingdom would be in dire straits indeed. Thus, King Edward sent for his favorite knight, Sir Graham. "You are the bravest and most trustworthy of my knights, quick of wit and stout of heart. I have chosen you to succeed me as king, but first you must prove yourself worthy of my crown. Far beyond the walls of this castle lie shrouded the 3 great treasures of Daventry, stolen years ago by stealth and sorcery. This kingdom will not be restored to its former glory and prosperity until these great treasures are returned to their rightful hearth. Succeed in this, my request, and the crown shall become yours upon my death. Fail, and our once beautiful kingdom will fall into the hands of evil forces who will use the powerful magic of the 3 great treasures against us. May you return victorious, Sir Graham." Thus Sir Graham ventured where most humankind dared not tread, and returned home victorious with the cherished treasures of Daventry, as is chronicled in the tale Quest for the Crown, which I believe was King's Quest 3, the prequel to this. Or, well, it's not a prequel. It was released before this. The former entry in the series. Now, Graham ruled over the land with the aid of the magic mirror and the other great treasures of Daventry. The people of Daventry prospered greatly under the reign of the kindly monarch, but peace and prosperity can become quite dull for valiant kings. Not more than a week after the 3rd anniversary of his appointment to the throne, on the eve of King Edward's death, did King Graham begin to feel the pangs of loneliness. Fate would have it that Graham was standing next to the magic mirror as he pondered his plight. As he glanced toward the mirror, he noticed that the glass had grown inexplicably cloudy. As the mist cleared, Graham beheld the image of the most beautiful maiden he had ever seen. He stood gazing from a window, motionless except for the stray breeze that stirred her hair. A tear fell from one eye and sparkled on her cheek like a diamond on velvet. See how the tears run down her face. Oh, that I were the glove upon the hand that could brush away such sorrow, exclaimed Graham. The king's heart was suddenly intoxicated with longing for this maiden. Indeed, this was the woman who must be his queen. "O mirror wise," said Graham, "I have vowed to make this maiden my bride. Where may I find her?" The mirror clouded once more, and a voice spoke forth. "This is the maiden Vanilla Ice." Ding, 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 ding. Sorry. Valanice. She is from the kingdom of Kalima, and is known for her goodness no less than her beauty. The jealous crone Hagatha. What a name for a crone. So is she a hag? Yes, in fact, she is the haggest of hags. She is the crone Hagatha. Whisked Valanice away to an enchanted land. Hello, Haste and Go, welcome. And imprisoned her in a quartz tower guarded by a ferocious beast. To rescue Vanilla Ice, you must travel to the kingdom of Kalima, where you may search for the keys which unlock the 3 doors to the enchanted land. As the tale is told, King Graham did indeed find the 3 magic keys, and faced the battles that led to the safe rescue of the beautiful maiden Vanilla Ice. The full account of King Graham's search for his bride is chronicled in the tale Romancing the Throne. So we're basically going through the plot of all of the previous games to bring us up to speed for King's Quest IV. King Graham married the beautiful girl he had rescued, and 2 years later, the young Queen Vanilla Ice gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Alexander bore a striking resemblance to his father due to the limited graphical capabilities of games at the time, and likewise Rosella to her mother. The family lived a very happy and peaceful life, at least for a while. But from deep within the forests came rumblings of a terrible beast who was ravaging a bloody trail toward the land of Daventry. Sightings of dragons had been rare in these tranquil times, and never before had the kingdom of Daventry had anyone witnessed such a beast as the terrible 3-headed dragon. As the years crept by, the notoriety of the beast grew as great as the destruction it wrought. Soon the whole population of Daventry tremored with the news of the dragon's approach, and each homestead dwelt in terror. Meanwhile, in a land far away, lived the malevolent lizard Manananan. Manamanan kept a watchful eye upon the kingdoms of the world. With a sardonic grin, he watched as the 3-headed dragon rampaged its way toward Daventry. Manananan's hatred of mankind had intensified with his great age, and his coal-black eyes burned a strange reflection upon the glass of the crystal as he mirthfully watched another human swallowed whole by the vicious beast. Preferring his solitude, the powerful Manananan only allowed himself to be observed by one servant boy who maintained his house and performed all of his menial chores. Where were we? Oh yes. Of course, Manananan could have conjured up spirits to do his dirty work, but he much preferred to see the toil and strain of a young mortal suffering under his thrall. Oh, gotta love it. Slavery not for the purposes of just like cheap labor, but specifically because it's like, no, it has to be a human suffering to get my chores done. I can't fix it with magic. Is there any way that I could get my chores done and enjoy someone's suffering? Indeed, it's slavery. The answer to all of your labor problems. Okay. Most would call it depravity, but it was fear that fueled the flames of Manananan's hatred of humanity, a fear instilled by a vision from his prophetic crystal ball. For within its walls of quartz had Manananan seen his own hideous destruction at the hands of a conquering hero. Time has wrought many changes, and with them much sorrow. The kingdom of Daventry was ravaged by the deplorable dragon, and the young Princess Rosella was abducted. The entire kingdom was overcome by the brutal onslaught of the beast, and though forewarned, found themselves helpless to defend against its supernatural strength. Much weeping and wailing was heard throughout the land. Even with its power of prophecy, the magic mirror could provide no answers, not even a clue, for some bearer of black magic had cast a cloud of darkness upon its face, and the wizard watched with eyes of venom. The entire tale of Rosella's rescue, the wizard's downfall, and the restoration of the royal family is chronicled in the saga To Err is Human. And if you haven't caught on yet, well, actually, there haven't been that many hints in this, but To Err is Human, with Err being H-E-I-R, there are significant puns in these games. Yeah. Excuse me. According to legend, shortly after Rosella's rescue, King Graham decided it was time to pass on his adventurer's cap. Gathering in his wife and 2 children into his arms, the king offered a grateful smile upwards. Each member of his family had given him great pride. Gazing down at his children, he could not help but see the glint of spirited valor in their eyes. Knowing the future of his kingdom would rest soundly in the hearts of its future heir, he slowly lifted his hands to display the famous adventurer's cap. And now, the commencement of the noblest adventure of all. I feel like there should be like a line break here between the in-universe explanation for things and when you are asked for a word to pass the copy protection, refer to this table. The first column represents the page number, section, or tip number. The second, the paragraph, and the third signifies where the word falls in the paragraph. Like, it's a bit of a jarring transition there from the fantasy stylings of the backstory to the, we'll say, more direct phrasing of the copy protection. Absence makes the heart go yonder. Right, after King's Quest IV and the Colonel's behest, I needed to rethink the basics for King's Quest V. Okay, so this is the combined manual because I got these off of Good Old Games. So we see that this is King's Quest V, which explains more things. And it has the symbol reference, and then King's Quest VI. This is the one I remember playing. And then we have backstory for that, and so on and so forth. But we are not playing 5 and 6, we're playing 4. Yep, and that's the clues and the catacombs. These are all hints for, like, customer support, software license agreement. Okay. So, this manual for for all of these games together, all 3 of them, is only 27 pages, as opposed to the last game we played, which was Pirates. And because that had so much detail about the simulation, a lot of historical background, a lot of just interesting history facts in general, the manual for Pirates was actually 68 pages long, which is one off from the funny numbers, depending on your generation of choice. It's one off from 69 if you want to just be like, nice. And one off from 67 if you want to be young. So yeah, there's nothing else really here except for how to get past the copy protection. So we're going to restart this so that we can see the opening cutscene, which means we need to go back up to copy protection to get back in again. And then we should be able to get started on our way. Once it opens. Good Old Games always takes a little bit to open up. Alright, page 4, 6th word, first paragraph. Page 4, 6th word, first paragraph. Page 4, 6th word, first paragraph, land. Yes. What? Can I help you? What? Alright. Executive producer Ken Williams, directed by Roberta Williams, which is probably the Roberta who is being quoted in the manuals. We got a little pre-game credits going on. And this stands in stark contrast to the manual for all of the different controls for the potential flight sim that we might have been playing otherwise. But no, this is a point-and-click adventure. The controls are to point and click. Ah, yes. Yes, they have such bigger and better graphics now. With the return of his long-lost son Alexander, and the rescue of his daughter Rosella from the terrible dragon, old King Graham decides it's time to pass on his adventurer's hat to younger blood. He flings the battered hat toward his children, while his wife, Queen of Vanilla Ice, proudly looks on. And they run away. Oh god, not the adventurer's hat! No! No! We wish to stay in the castle, Papa! No, Papa, no! Let us live in idolence. Idolence? Indolence? Indolence. King Graham experiences a terrible sudden pain in his chest. Help me, he rasps. See, that's why you shouldn't throw hats at your children. Because you'll have a heart attack immediately. For some reason. And he's dead. What? I let you out not long ago. King Graham lies weakly in bed, Father Death hovering near. Grief suddenly overwhelming her, Rosella runs away. Oh, Father, she sobs. You're still young. You should have many years ahead of you. Oh, I wish I could help you, Father. Do you really mean that? A soft voice asks. Rosella looks up but sees no one. Who's speaking to me? That face. I am, the voice says. Look in the magic mirror. Rosella sees an image in the mirror. Who are you? She queries. Takes her a while to say, who are you? It's fine. I am the fairy Genesta. In my land of Tamir, there is a remarkable tree. This tiny tree needs 100 years to bear fruit. But this is no ordinary fruit, for if a person were to eat it, they would find that good health and well-being would be theirs for many years. Rosella is much heartened with this news. Where is the land of Tamir? Genesta smiles. Tamir is very far away, but with my magic, I can bring you here. Rosella senses that there is more to the story, but I suppose there are some problems. Again, Genesta smiles. Yes, you are correct, Rosella. If you are willing to come to Tamir, I will explain the situation. However, once I bring you here, I can't send you back. You will have to help me first. Oh yeah, just go in blind. That's ideal. Confused, Rosella says. I don't know. What if I can't help you? Or find the tree? See? That makes perfect sense. It's like, I need you to commit before I'll tell you. It's like, that doesn't make sense. You must decide now, Rosella. My powers are growing weaker by the minute. Girl, I don't know about all that. Now, the fairy is but a faint glimmer, and her voice barely audible. If you care for your father, say yes now. And suddenly, she's gone. Yes! Says Rosella. Poof. The lovely fairy speaks. I am the fairy Genesta. Welcome to Tamir. Rosella looks awestruck at the fairy. She is stunningly beautiful, but still there's a certain sadness to her. Do you think Graham had an affair here? They look very similar. Finally, Rosella speaks. I know you would like me to help you in some way, but I don't know how I could help a fairy. Genesta looks sadder than ever. You're wrong, Rosella. You see, I'm losing my magical powers. Yesterday, as I was strolling through the woods, the fairy sighs. She yanked it from my neck and raced away screeching with laughter. Immediately I felt my powers diminishing and my body weakening. I will die in 24 hours if my talisman is not returned. Girl, you need a better chain on that so it can't be just yanked away from you. See, like, the last one I could barely read in time. This one's lingering. Intently, Genesta looks at Rosella. Lolotte is very evil, and will use the talisman to bring more evil to Tamir. Now I fear it will contaminate my whole country. Furthermore, I cannot send you home without my talisman. How did you bring me here without your talisman? Rosella is unsure as to what she can do. Meekly she asks, I want to help you, but how? You can do more than you think, Rosella. Genesta assures her. I believe you will be able to penetrate Lolotte's domain. Suddenly, Rosella remembers the tiny tree. Can you tell me where to find the magic fruit? Remorsefully, Genesta looks at Rosella. It will not be easy to reach the tree. It grows on a tiny island within a vast swamp on the other side of the great mountains. Bravely fighting back tears, Rosella says, I will help you in any way I can, Genesta. How can I find Lolotte? The beautiful fairy points eastward. Lolotte's castle overlooks Tamir from the great mountains. Genesta looks weaker as she says, There is not much more I can do, Rosella. As it is, it will be difficult for me to fly home again. One thing I must do for you, though. I shall disguise you as a peasant girl so as not to attract attention. Poof! Thank you, Genesta, I think, Rosella stammers. It will be better for you, the fairy says. Well, I must be off while I can still fly. I know you can do it. Goodbye. Good luck. Yes? Well, you're on your own, Rosella. Alright, and this is where the game starts. So, we have been live, getting close to an hour now, so this is a good stopping point. We went through manuals, we went through introductions, we went through the first kind of cutscene intro. So we're going to take our first health and wellness break, wherein we remind ourselves that about once an hour we should take a couple minutes to stand up, walk around, grab a drink, and all that sort of stuff that's, good for us, instead of just sitting here staring at screens the whole time. So, I invite you all to take this opportunity to do the same. I'm going to let her out, refill my drink, and so on and so forth. I hope all of you can also, grab a drink, grab a snack, use the bathroom, all that good stuff. And we'll be back in, 3 minutes or so. Come on. And back to full screen mode, and back from being away. I hope everyone had a good break. All right. So I guess we're just going to click on things. Now I know that 6 had something that you really needed, like you start washed up on a beach, and there's just like one shining thing. Okay, so we can pause, we can inventory, we can retype. Okay. Okay, so I don't see anything I can pick up here. Can we just die by walking into the ocean immediately? Ooh, look, fish. I'm sure the fish will go well. Also, we have lost all background music. Happens if we swim down. I'm betting there's some way that eventually we'll be able to like catch fish, but we need something else in our inventory first, or something like that. You know, after having the background music earlier, it's eerily quiet now that it's cut out. Alright, I guess we just go along the beach and see what we can see. Okay. Got a house of some sort. No, no, not into the water. Okay. Check out on the pier. Alright, so only some screens have background music and some have no music at all. Is he going to help me out here? I wish I could get a contextual cursor. Wait, we can't even like, clicking on the door doesn't do anything? We can't knock? We can't do anything? Huh. See, this is one of those things that I think is like, well, did we just make the game unwinnable for ourselves? Can we grab a bit of the rope off of this thing, maybe? No? Okay. Like, did we need to talk to that guy in order to succeed? Who knows? How? How did we fall off? Game hates pathfinding, I guess. Alright, I tried to click on him to, like, talk to him. Her? It? Is it like right click to interact? Like, why can I not interact with anything? I have background filtering on, so you can't hear, but I am clicking wildly on this person. We're gonna Google that real quick. Just to see if, like, this is an actual thing. Just for... can't interact with characters. How about I make it more explicit? Clicking on characters not working. It's most likely a DOSBox mouse issue. Try pressing F5, Control F5, or Function F5 to recenter or reset the mouse. Okay. All right. F5 is save game. Wait. I'm looking to help the King's Quest 4, The Perils of Rosella. I used to play this with no mouse because we didn't have one. Okay, so I'm supposed to be moving with the arrow keys, apparently. The game has no pathfinding at all, even though it has nominal mouse support. It's pretty much unplayable unless you use the keyboard. Okay, so here in the manual, you're going to tell me what the controls are? Like, the icon bar isn't a thing yet in 4. Let's Google that. Game speed control. Okay, F1 is help. You can generally interact with the game by typing simple commands consisting of... Oh, okay, we're in text adventure mode where we have to actually type things in. Let's see. How do I... Well, how do I type a command line? Like, how do I open up the thing to type it in with? Okay. Alright, we're making progress now. We have some controls understood. You say hello to the minstrel, who looks at you in surprise. Well, well, who do we have here? He asks. You introduce yourself as Rosella. Hello, Rosella, the minstrel says. Let me play for you one of my favorite tunes, and he begins to play an old ballad. Unfortunately, it appears that his musical skills are quite limited, as he plucks and pings his way through an otherwise beautiful song. Ask about... what was her name? Lola Bella? Game does not understand ask. The walkthrough says it does, but okay. Talk about magic tree. Magic tree. That is not understood. Okay, alright. Okay, look around is apparently the common thing. A sparkling white sand beach edges a vast blue ocean. Turning to the east, you see a lush, flowery meadow. Talk to the minstrel. You unthinkingly speak to the minstrel again, who immediately begins playing another bad rendition of his favorite oldie but goodie. Talk to... I want to ask about things, but I don't know how to pull it off. Okay, verbs. Bait, dismount, hit, pry, stand, blow, dive, hug, pull, start. Wow, this looks like it's in alphabetical order, top to bottom, with multiple columns, but the columns are not properly split up. Okay. Talk. Okay, so... Look around. A poor fisherman's shanty adorns the part of the coastline. A pier stretches from the house out into the ocean to the west. You see a pretty meadowland off to the east. Open door. You're not close enough. Open door. Look around. The inside of the fisherman's shack looks almost as shabby as the outside. The fisherman's worn and tattered wife sits at the table with her husband, talking. The fisherman's pole has been set into the corner. Talk. Fisherman. You talk to the grizzled fisherman as he sits at the table. Sighing, he tells you, "Them fish ain't been biting lately. If things don't get better soon, I don't know what to do." Talk. Wife. You say hello to the poor woman. With little patience, she responds, "What are you doing in here, young lady? Can't you see I'm busy? We have enough problems without worrying about you." Ask about problems. Game does not understand ask. Okay, let me get my cheat sheet of verbs up. Let's see, bounce, dock, jump, push, steal, break, drink, kill, put, sweep, bridle, drop, kiss, raise, swim, calm, eat. Okay. Calm, wife. Try another way of saying that. Ride. Ride, wife? That is not clear. Tempt, wife. I thought I was being pretty clear. Why do you keep saying I need to say things different ways? Let's see. I'm just going through the different verbs this has available to me. Undress, wife. Not in front of the game players. Understood. Hmm. So at least we have example verbs here of what we can say. Help fisherman. How can you do that, Drusella? I don't know. Smell fisherman. Sniff, sniff. No reaction from him at all. Touch stove. That is not clear. Is drink water. That is not clear. Look around. Take kettle. You can't get that. Take pole. You can't take their fishing pole, as that's their only means of survival. Sleep in bed. The lumpy bed looks old and uninviting. Okay, fine. Understood. Off we go then. Alright, so what was her name? Lolobelia? Well, I don't appear to be able to do anything here. Oh. Okay, a sparkling white sand beach edges the vast blue ocean. Turn to the east, you see a lush flowery meadow. Let's go to the meadow. I'm wondering if I should be making a map or something. Look around. The scent of the wildflowers fills the air in this lovely green meadow. Take flowers. It would waste your precious time to stop and pick flowers. Open stump. You can't do that now. Dig stump. Using what? I don't have anything. Maybe we can dig up the stump later if we get like a shovel. Numerous water lilies float serenely upon the lovely little pond nestled in these woods. Atop one of the bigger lily pads, you notice a rather large frog, wearing a little gold crown. Talk to frog. Ribbit, ribbit. Well, what else did you expect from a frog? Thank you, game. That's very helpful. I understand. Take crown. First, you need to get to the frog. Is this the frog? This collection of 8 pixels? Oops, you scared the frog away. Alright, so that is clearly going to be a... You have entered a shady wooden area with birds calling you from the many trees. You notice a pool in the distance to the north. Following the satyr surely won't do anything bad. Talk to satyr. You attempt to speak to Pan, but he pays you no mind. He's too wrapped up in his flute music. A thick forest of pine trees surrounds you. You see a house in the distance to the north. Go to house. That is not understood. These high-resolution 3D graphics sure are high-resolution in 3D. Look around. You see a large, thatched roof house surrounded by forest, and it looks very formidable. It might be wise to use caution here. We haven't spent a lot of time doing really much of anything as of yet, so if we die, we die. Take wood. You can't get that. Look around. Look in window. You peek through the window, but can make out no details. Take axe. You'll have to take a different approach. Take firewood. This game does not understand firewood. I don't know what these red things are. That looks like firewood there, but you know. Open door. You can't. It's locked and you don't have the key. Knock on door. You're not close enough. You cautiously tap at the door, but are greeted only with vicious barking from the other side. Cool. Oh, wait. Look around. You see a crude mine shaft in the midst of this forest of pine trees. What? You have encountered a group of small men working in this diamond mine. They're not too friendly, though, as one of them forcefully tells you to leave the premises. Okay. think I might need to start writing down a map. All right, let me grab a sheet of paper. Now, ideally, what would happen here is I would do this. Should I do it? You know what? We'll do it. Okay. So we'll do it this way. All right, so we're going to have to switch back and forth, but we're not going to be looking at the map too much, so we'll see how it goes. Okay. Blue. And then we'll use yellow. And we'll use green. Because presumably this is all just going to be grid based. So we're going to say that this is a, where's the tool? There it goes. Mine. And let's make that a little bigger. Where's our thingy? 20. Mine. All right. We're wandering through a thick wood. You heard birds chirping through many trees. Okay, so that is to the left. So thick wood. Thick wood. Okay, cool. All right, and we don't see anything here. We're just going to go left and see what we can see. A cold river carved its way through this lush, flowery meadow. Also, there's a unicorn. Why does look around not mention the fact that there is a unicorn here? Okay, so we headed this way. So what do we have here? Here we have river and unicorn. Can we cross the river without drowning to death? We can. Huzzah. Look around. A river coming from the east spills into this blue ocean before you. A lonely beach edges the ocean. From atop the bluff, a lovely meadow stretches eastward. Okay. So this is start and river mouth. Oh, go back. I saw a shark. Are we going to be responsive? Take rock. You can't get that. Take gold. Look at rock. There are not many rocks here. Investigate rock. So, what is this one that like looks gold? Like right here. What is this supposed to be? How would I describe it? Take gold. It is Googling time again. This is not a walkthrough. Oh, okay. This doesn't even... that's way more direct than I wanted. I was just looking for, like, hints, like if I'd missed something or not. It's like, to get the magic fruit, first walk 2 east, then 1 north. Like, okay. Alright. That's a little bit more hand-holdy than I was hoping for. I just wanted to take a quick look to see, like, is this something I should be picking up immediately? And the answer is apparently not. But we will try going 2 east and 1 north to see what's there. I think it said you picked something up there, but we'll find out here in a second. Also, the unicorn isn't here anymore. Talk to unicorn. You call to the wild unicorn, but it trots away at your arrival. Oh, alright, so I'm betting it's this gold thing. Take gold. Take the thing under the bridge. This game does not understand a thing. Yeah, I got that, thanks. Look around. A gentle stream meanders its way through the trees. A rustic stone bridge crosses the path. Look under bridge. Maybe this will describe the thing so it can tell me what to take. You kneel down and peer under the bridge. Aha, you have found a small golden ball. You pick it up and carry it with you. Okay. So... bridge. Look around. You're in a green meadowland filled with beautiful wildflowers surrounds you. Okay. So nothing of interest here, or at least not from the description. And I don't see anything of interest either. Unless, like, this yellow thing in the tree is supposed to be of note. Look around. Wistfully, you stare out over the ocean, wishing you could go home and see your family again. Unfortunately, reality sets in, and you remember your difficult situation. Turning your head, you look eastward towards the meadowland covered with wildflowers, and heave a big sigh of sadness. Right, so this is bluffs. Look around. A sparkling white sand beach edges the vast blue ocean. Turning to the east, you see a lush flowery meadow. Wait a second. Are we... Is this map only like 5 things high? Because this looks like where the minstrel was. But we're going north. Look around. Okay. Alright. Wait, these are wrong. That's bluffs. And cross this stuff out here. Correct our map. I think. Okay, and then look around. We're standing at the end of an old weathered pier. From here to the west, you can see nothing but ocean. Look in barrel. There is nothing of interest in the wooden barrel. Understood. Take rope. You can't get that. Understood. Look around. A narrow strip of beach borders a vast ocean which stretches off to the west. A pretty green meadow dotted with bunches of wildflowers goes to the east. Okay, cool. So we have minstrel. Then we have fisherman's house. Then we have just beach. Not breach, beach. There we go. All right, and now we're back to the start. All right, so it's only 5 tall. And it wraps. So that's interesting. Good to know. So this was the start. Look around. All right, wildflowers, meadow. We'll head south. Flowers, meadow. Look around. A beautiful green meadow dotted with wildflowers serves as a fisherman's spacious backyard. The flowers' sweet scent fills the air. Smell flowers. Sniff, sniff. Of course. Exact same as smelling the fisherman's wife. Look in window. You peek through the window but can make out no details. Alright. Flowers. Backyard. Okay. Down we go. Look around. The scent of wildflowers fills the air in this lovely green meadow. Talk. The minstrel seems quite pleased that you appreciate his music so much. He obviously loves the attention as he goes into an out-of-tune version of Greensleeves. It's not the best. Mel Minstrel. You can't get enough, can you, Rosella? This guy obviously loves an audience as he takes you through another, quote, popular ballad. Oh. Talk. Okay, we have exhausted our dialogue options. Look around. A green meadowland filled with beautiful wildflowers surrounds you. I see nothing of note here, so this is just a meadow. But is it the same meadow as this one? It is, because it's just north of the river. Alright, we are cartographering. We are just kind of making a map. Since the game is timed, there's a good chance that we're going to simply run out of time. But we'll find out what happens. Alright, so we're going east from the bridge. Okay, what's this? You have come upon a cute little house built right into a huge tree. An old water wheel attached to the house goes unused beside the little river that flows gently before the house. Look in door. The small wooden door. Look in window. Oh, let's see. Open door. Look around. This is the main room of the Seven Dwarves' cozy treehouse. Okay. So, 7D house. What a mess it is. Clean. Wait, it's freezing up on me. Oh. Oh, I thought it was freezing because of something else. I was gonna try to type clean dishes, but it appears that she, like, of her own, just automatically is just gonna clean the house. Just because it's a mess. What a interesting princess. You'd think that growing up she would have, help for that. But I guess she helped out a lot around the house as well. You hear the dwarfs approaching. You watch quietly as the dwarfs file in one by one, get a bowl of soup, and take a seat at the table. Okay. You know, I did neglect to count the number of placeholders. I guess we now just wait as all of them file in. Alright. That's dwarf number 6. We're gonna get another one soon. Oh, 7. Dwarf number 7. So much brighter colored. The dwarves must really be hungry. He's getting 2 bowls of soup. The 7 dwarves seem very pleased that you tidied their messy home. One politely asks you your name. You tell him, and he cordially invites you to sit down with them and eat the bowl of soup he got for you. See, I thought that, but I should have said it out loud so I could say that I called it. It's just like, he got 2 because he's gonna ask us to join him. You seat yourself at the table and begin to eat the surprisingly delicious soup. So apparently they're fine at cooking, just, not at cleaning. We're in full cutscene mode. Our cursor is still the crown shape, so we're just watching. You're already eating the soup. Talk. You politely talk to the dwarf nearest you. Where are you from, Rosella? He asks. You tell him Daventry. The dwarf thinks for a moment. Never heard of it. Talk more. Again, you engage in conversation. Is Daventry far from Tamir? The dwarfs wonder. Very far, you tell them. How did you get here? They ask. As you don't want to get into specifics, you tell them by sea. That answer seems to satisfy them as they return to their eating. You speak to the nearest dwarf again. He wonders why you are here in Tamir. You explain that you are in the service of Junesta, the good fairy, who wishes to regain her magic talisman from the clutches of Lolote. I need to remember that name so I can actually type it in and ask about things later. Put some key verbs over here. Is that how you spell that? Genesta. Yes. Well, young lady, the dwarf states, I don't envy you. You're much braver than I am. Ugh. Excuse me. Dealing with that evil fairy. Talk more. You attempt conversation another time, but the dwarves tell you that they must hurry and finish their soup, as they need to get back to work before dark. Please. Try another way to say that. Stand up. That's not understood. It's time for the little men to go back to the mine. Goodbye, and thanks for the soup, you call, as they take their leave. I wonder if there's something else I could have done there. Because I feel like taking the opportunity to talk to them was a good idea. But beyond that, I don't know. Oh, did one of them leave behind a hat? Is that what this blue thing is here? You finished your soup also. It was the best soup you have ever tasted. Maybe, though, you were just really hungry. Look around. This is the main room of the Seven Dwarfs' cozy treehouse. Take hat. This game does not understand hat. Look at table. You see a long wooden table, empty soup bowls are on it. You also notice a blue pouch. Take pouch. Look in pouch. You open the diamond pouch and look inside. Many diamonds flash and sparkle from within. Carefully, you close it again so as not to lose any. Wash dishes. Obviously. Ooh, I hope that's the last of it. Open closet. Look in closet. You're not close enough. Look in closet. The closet contains only an old broom. Come out of the closet. This game does not understand come. Rosella, come out of the closet. I know you don't understand how to come, but you can come out of the closet anyway. Ugh. Look around. You have entered the small upstairs bedroom of the Seven Dwarves. Look on table. Look in drawers. No, it's private. Alright, we can't get in their drawers. We don't know how to come. We won't come out of the closet. Rosella, you're just failing hard. On shelves. Quit being a snoop, Rosella. Fine. Good lord. If I weren't a snoop, I wouldn't be anything at all. Can I take a bowl? Look at clock. This clock has seen better days. The cuckoo has flown away. Okay. Can I take the clock? Can't get that. Alright. Look in sink. The sink is clean and empty. Look out window. You can see the forest out the window. Take bowl. You don't need the soup bowls. Alright, if you insist. Alright, did we update our map? Yeah, the 7D house. Got it. Alright, so we go down. And we get out of the river here. Yeah, there we go. I wonder if I can explore the mine more now that I cleaned their house, so they won't be hostile towards me. As we carefully make our way up the path. Look around. Diamonds glitter and sparkle from the earthen walls of the Seven Dwarves diamond mine. Within it, you see the little men busily at work. Look at diamond. Sparkling diamonds gleam from the walls and litter the mine floor. Take diamonds? These diamonds do not belong to you. But the pouch they left on the table that I took did? Give pouch. Dwarves have everything they need. Okay, so we can't take these diamonds because they're not ours. But when a dwarf leaves behind a pouch full of diamonds in their home, on their table, I can take that one. And I can't return it to them. Understood, game. Thank you very much. Look around. You see the busy little dwarves hard at work within the diamond mine. The diamonds flash and sparkle from the earthen walls. Talk. You endeavor to engage in conversation with the small men, but they are too busy to reply. Look at lantern. You don't have it. Take lantern? It belongs to the dwarves. Talk about lantern. Talk lantern. Okay. Presumably I will need that lantern later. Mine. Lantern. Now the question is, can we fight the controls hard enough? What? Did we just hurt ourselves by falling while we were on the ground? So apparently as a princess, she did help out around the house, so she knows how to clean, but she can still hurt herself by the very rigorous task of walking up to the edge of a cliff and acting like she fell when she walks into it from the bottom side. Look around. You are roaming through a dense forest. Okay, so here we have dense forest. Remove those up there. Okay. Didn't want to make it look like Lode and Genesta were like right here in that square. Okay. Can I get this worm away from this early bird over here? Take worm. You're not close enough. Take worm. Haha! We were stronger than the early bird. Dense forest. And worm. We already got it, but future reference, if/when we die. Speaking of which, save. Got the worm. Look around. This is a creepy place. You have found a grove of very old and scary-looking trees. A thick forest surrounds the grove. Alright. So we are at creepy grove. Wouldn't you know it, you've been caught. Okay, Understood. Instant death. Instant death for walking near the creepy trees. At least we're not in... Oh, which game? Which movie was that? Was that Evil Dead 1, I think? With the very evil trees? Hi, how are you? Oh no, you're caught. The terrible ogre grabs you by the braids and drags you off to an untimely end. Dinner will definitely be on you tonight. Oh, wait, I can't type. Okay, so we're gonna put this... Ogre house. Oh, wait, don't stop. Ogre house. Door. This one. So last time we went by there, the ogre was inside and the door was locked. I wonder what changed. Is it because we talked to the dwarves? He's not out and about this time. Look around. A thick forest of pine trees surrounds you. House in the north. Alright, so here we are. Pine forest. But we have a graveyard. This rundown, gloomy cemetery gives you the creeps. Many of the old tombstones have fallen over, and the entire place is overgrown with grass and weeds. Clean graves. Try another way to say that. Wash graves? Wash works for dishes. That is not understood. There's a cross on the ground over here. I wonder if I can pick that up. Take cross. I can't get that. Look at cross. One of the graves is marked by a cross. Take gravestone. Tombstones are much too heavy for you to carry around. Take cross. Can't get that. Okay. But we are going to mark this as graveyard. Cross. Alright, and if we're still consistent on the wraparound, this will bring us to the Seven Dwarves house. It does, okay. So we're going to head left, just so we can see what we can see. Okay. Frog with crown. Give worm to frog. He is not interested. Give pouch to frog. Give ball to frog. Give ball to frog. You accidentally drop the golden ball into the pond. From atop a lily pad, a large green frog leaps into the water and disappears from view. A moment later, the frog emerges with, yes! Your lost ball in its mouth. It seems as if the frog is kindly returning your gold ball to you. Talk, frog. Take ball. Take ball. Are we just playing fetch with the frog? Give ball to frog. When he gets close, can I grab the frog himself? Take frog. You are too close to the water. Take frog. You're not near enough. Take frog. Squinching up your nose in disgust, you catch the large frog and hold it in your hand. It stares at you with its big, bulgy eyes and wobbles its throat. Kiss frog. You look at the frog's green lips. Good. You feel silly doing this, as you slowly put your mouth against the frog's. Well, what do you know? Who could have predicted the princess kissing the frog turns it into a prince? Suddenly, the little green frog changes into a handsome prince. Who are you? The prince demands. I thought you were supposed to be a princess. Why, you're nothing more than a peasant girl. You blanch a bit at the remark, but say nothing. Oh, ta-ta, he says. I'm off. Here, you may keep this. To your surprise, he tosses the little golden crown to you as he takes his leave. Good riddance, you think. Okay. Take ball. We now have a small crown. Neat. We need to go north to remind ourselves what is there and write it down on our map. Okay. So this is where the satyr is. Give crown to... Give ball to satyr. Give pouch. We're just going to try everything. Give worm to satyr. Okay. The hell is this? The beautiful pool with its elegant marble columns has a wonderful setting in these woods. The water looks so cool and inviting, you're almost tempted to jump in. Got crown. Okay. Jump in. That wouldn't accomplish anything. I'm sure it wouldn't. Okay. So pool, not wool, pool with columns. Swim. Water is too shallow to swim. Look around. Drop pouch. Drop ball. There's stairs at the far end here. Give pouch. You're not carrying anything the unicorn would want. Mount unicorn. Unicorn just runs away from you. Well, I guess that's better than it stabbing us to death with its horn. You're wandering through a thick wood. You hear birds chirping from many trees. Alright, well, let's see. Maybe we follow the unicorn and see what happens. It left to the east, so maybe we just keep following it until something happens? It is not here. That's okay. So here we are at the house. We'll keep heading east. Look around. You are walking through a forest thick with pine trees. A nearby river rushes westward from the distant mountain range. In the distance, you see a large house. Okay. So we're going to just tag this as river and falls, I guess? I guess we go for the... I don't see anything else to do here, so we head towards that house, I suppose. Look around. Indeed, this is a spooky old house. It looks as if no one has lived here for many years. Flanking the old house on both sides is a rundown cemetery. A thick forest looms all around. Okay, so we have spooky house. So we're just going to walk right up to it. Clearly this will go just fine. Open door. Look around. This is the entry room of the old house. Downstairs you see 2 open doorways, and upstairs you see an additional 2 doorways. The room is cobwebbed and dusty, with wallpaper peeling from the walls. Clean house. Wash house. Tidy up. Do the same thing you did for the dwarves. This game does not understand same. Oh, of course it doesn't. Understood. Take glass. Take mirror. Look at mirror. You look at the broken mirror and see the reflection of a poor but beautiful peasant girl. Look on bench. Take mirror. Take sharp glass. Does not understand sharp. Take dangerous pointy thing. This game does not understand dangerous. What? But danger is my middle name. You mean you won't understand me? How dare you? Look at clock. An old grandfather clock sits in the corner. With each swing of its pendulum, time relentlessly marches on. Look around. This old dining room has seen better days. The long table is littered with crumbs and dust, and against the walls, the empty hutch is covered with cobwebs. Open hutch. Open drawers. Look in hutch. There's nothing of interest in the hutch. Look on table. Littered with crumbs. Take crumbs. You have no use for crumbs. Take cobwebs. You can't get that. Look around. The old kitchen is quite bare, the fireplace has been cold for years, and the dusty pantry is empty but for old crumbs. Can I... See, this is brighter colored, so can I take it? Look at churn. Take it. You can't get that. Take. What do you want to get? Look around. What is this? Is it a sword? Take knife. Take sword. Look on shelves. Look on floor. What is the thing in front of me supposed to be? Light fire. Start fire? Oh well. Another hour has passed, which means it is time for us to once again take a short 3-minute break from staring at screens. And we're going to go refill our water so that we can keep talking. We're going to probably get ourselves a snack. I encourage everyone else, grab a drink, grab a snack, go to the bathroom. We're going to pause things for about 3 minutes while we try to take a little bit better care of ourselves, and I hope you'll join me in that. And then we'll get back to trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Pause. There we go. All right, we have returned. We will continue. What are these stairs going to? Use billows. What did it call this anyway? Fireplace. Start fireplace. Light fireplace? Oh well, I don't have anything that can start a fire anyway. Look in barrel. Barrel is empty, you can't use it. Look at stairs. You see nothing special. So, can I go up the stairs? Are these not stairs? Like, what is going on here? I guess that, like, the stairs just aren't a thing. Since it doesn't mention anything about them in Look Around. Alright. Go around the other way, I suppose. And it's still very odd to me how, like, there's some background music, but sometimes there's nothing as well. Considering the disarray of the rest of the house, the parlor looks in relatively good order. However, the fireplace is cold and unused, the bookshelves are almost bare, and the old furnishings are dusty. Also, look at this picture of this person. They're like suspiciously looking to the side. Should I also look suspiciously to the side of that? Look at books. You examine the few remaining books on the bookshelves. Only one catches your attention. It is entitled The Complete Works of William Shakespeare. Take book. You remove the Shakespeare book from the shelf and carry it with you. Look on table. Furniture is old and dusty. Look in fireplace. Fireplace is empty. Put book in fireplace. You can't do that now. Okay. Look in drawers. Look around. We tried to interact with the fireplace, couldn't do it. We found a book on the bookshelves, and the furnishings are dusty, so we're going to say we're done here. Take painting. Helps if we spell it right. Take painting. Portrait is firmly attached to the wall. That's unusual. Alright. So now we go upstairs. Look around, bright eyes. This old bedroom must have once been very nice. You could imagine a cheery fire in the fireplace while its occupant sleeps snugly in the big bed. But sadly, this room has been abandoned for years. Every room has a fireplace. Ah, yes. For the times before the invention of internal heating, or centralized heating, I should say. Open drawers. Chest of drawers is empty. Alright, nothing here then. We'll look at the bed too. Look at bed. The old bed still looks comfortable. Sleep in bed. You don't have time for that. Look at rug. Look under rug. Pick up rug. Alright. Hopefully there's nothing under the rug and I just used the wrong verb and I couldn't convince the parser to do it. The thing on the bed looks very much like I can take it. Look around. It appears as if this was once the master bedroom. However, cobwebs hang everywhere and dust covers the furniture. Look in drawers. Empty. Look on bed. The bed is massive and dominates the room. Take towel. Take cloth. Take fabric. Take. What do you want to get? I want to get whatever this is. Take bed. Like, this looks very much like it's something I should be able to take, right? Like, it stands out. Or is it supposed to be a hole in the, like, lighter green bedsheet, and that's like a hole showing what's underneath? To me, it looks like it's something that was tossed on there. Look at bed. Look on bed? It doesn't appear to care about prepositions, just like the verb and the noun. Look around. This one baby nursery must have once been a cheery place. Now, through neglect, cobwebs decorate the corners, wallpaper peels from the walls, and dust covers the nursery furniture. Look in drawers. Look at horse. Take horse. You don't need it, of course. Take lamp. It belongs to the dwarfs. Are you sure about that? I wonder if lamp is coded as like there's only one lamp in the game and it belongs to the dwarfs and we saw it earlier. So it doesn't care. It doesn't think I'm talking about this lamp. It thinks I'm talking about a different one. Look out window. You see the cemetery out the window. Okay. I should try looking out the windows in the other rooms. Although this one's just going to show me like a dense forest, right? Look out with 1T. You see cemetery out the window. Really? To the north as well? I thought there were cemeteries to the east and west. Alright, so for this whole adventure in this house, what we got was the Shakespeare book. It's again eerily quiet. Look around. This is a scary old cemetery. Many of the tombstones are crumbling or falling over, and the entire place is overgrown with weeds. A mountain range looms to the east, and all around a forest encroaches. How odd, you see a crypt door built right into the mountainside. Spooky house. Graveyard/crypt. It's probably a bad idea to walk into a crypt, but you know, we're full of bad ideas. Wait. Why are we not using the same save file? Because I remember playing King's Quest VI, and the games like to make themselves unwinnable. I need to open door. Door's locked. Of course it is. Take cross. Can't get that. Understood. Look around. You have come upon a bizarre group of scary human-like trees. A thick forest of pine trees surrounds this strange group. Steep mountains block your way to the east. Talk. These trees do not have the capability to talk. Scary trees. Look around. This place gives you the willies. The trees around here are very strange, almost human-like. A dense forest surrounds this odd grove of trees. Talk. Okay, more scary trees here. Put on crown. Oh! You don't like the clammy feeling of being a frog. You look around, decide there's no reason to be one right now, and remove the little gold crown. Does being a frog let me walk through the trees unharmed? Put on crown. Oh, okay. I guess not. Because before we learned that if we try to walk through there as a human, we will simply die. Alright, so... where would swimming be useful to us? Or where would being a frog be useful to us? Can we sneak into the ogre house with it, maybe? Put on crown. That's not a good idea now. Well, I guess I need to just immediately leave any zone that he's in. Restore. Autosave? There is no autosave. Okay. We last saved at the crypt. We hadn't done anything useful since then, so not a big deal. Alright, so I was wondering if I could kind of finesse my way through there, like there is a safe path if you navigate it just right. But it's hard to tell how all that works. So we're just gonna not do that. And we're gonna see what we can do about not getting caught by the ogre either. And we're gonna try to go around to the north side of that creepy grove of trees. Do I think that'll work? Probably not. Actually, let's take a quick look here. I don't know if any of these would help against the ogre. I was actually just wondering, it's like, maybe if the ogre follows me to where the trees are, the trees will get him. I don't know how I would do that without the trees also getting me, but you know. Okay, so we are to the right of where the dense forest and the worm was. A mountain range rises to the east from the forest. A narrow path winds steeply up the side of it. Okay, so here, mountain path. I don't see anything else here that I can do, but we're going to explore to the north. Look around. You see a beautiful waterfall cascading down the mountain into a deep blue pool. From the pool, a river courses westward. Around you, a dense forest closes in. Alright, so big waterfall. Put on crown. It sure feels good to be yourself again. Cool, look around. What's this? Why, it's a cave behind the waterfall. You see an old board lying by the cave entrance. Read board. Look at board. Take board. Take board. Read board. Read book. I am amazed, methinks, and lose my way among the thorns and dangers of this world. Okay, look at board. It's just a board. Okay, I thought it was like a fallen signpost or something. Look around. Okay. I guess I need a lamp. Why, this is the darkest cave you've ever seen. By the light of the cave entrance, you see a pile of bones. Take bones. You're not close enough. Take bones. Look at bones. Put on crown. Put on crown. I was about to say, it's like, did I just drown and I'm gonna have to like save? Okay, so if we look at our map, big waterfall. Dark cave. We want to go south, though, to see what's there. Because right now, if we go north, it'll just be the graveyard / crypt, so. Because there's a spot on the map that we haven't explored. Ugh. Okay, fine. But now we know where we're going. We go south. We come here, we put on the crown. Then we go grab the board, we grab the bones, and take board. Take bones. Look at bones. Right, so there was something in the cave that attacked me that time, but it's okay. We got out of there before it got us. Excuse me. Okay, so we're going to save. We're going to trend toward the upper part of the path. Because if we get too close to the bottom side, we just immediately fall. And I think now we're far enough along that if we fall, we probably just die. Oh, Lolot's goons. Put on crown. It's not a good idea right now. Not the old, like, two-winged monkeys grabbing me. And yes, I know they're not winged monkeys, but, you know, close enough. Well, my pets, Lolot hisses. What have you drug home today? Lolot gives you the once-over, and as she does, her red eyes begin to narrow. Are you a foolish girl who wandered here by mistake, or are you a spy sent here by my enemy, Genesta? You swear to Lolot that you are nothing but a poor peasant girl who has lost her way, but she doesn't seem to believe you as her mouth begins to snarl and her eyes narrow to mere slits. For the first time, you experience real fear and begin to tremble. For the first time, spoiled princess it is. Lolot snarls, You don't look stupid enough to have wandered here. I believe you're a spy. Also, the all caps just makes me think that they're keywords, not that she's shouting them. Take her to the cell. That is a fancy chair for a cell. Okay. You have found yourself in a horrible cell. It looks as if others have found their way here, too. Hopefully you won't end up like them. Alright. New save. Captured. But because that wasn't game over, it means that there might be a way out of here. Look at wheel. Look at rack. An ominous machine lurks in the corner of this cell. As to its purpose, you don't want to know. Take whip. The whip is securely attached to the wall. Besides, you wouldn't want it. Why would it be securely attached to the wall? The whole point of hanging something up is that it's a means of storage so that you can take it down later. You hear the henchmen returning. Perhaps they're setting you free. The henchman motions you to follow him out of the cell. Okay, so if there was something I was supposed to do in there, I didn't do it. Presumably that's the throne she sits on to watch bad things happening. Lolot gives you a sickly sweet look. You're lucky, my dear, she coos. My precious son Edgar has taken a liking to you, and he believes you. He's convinced me to give you a chance to prove your innocence. All you need to do is kill Janesta. You glance at the homely young man standing next to Lalotte. He blushes. Lalotte continues, I wish to own the unicorn that inhabits the Meadowland. Bring me the unicorn, and I shall not only set you free, but reward you as well. To her henchman, Lalotte orders, Go! Take her back to the forest. So we're going to mark this. Mark that as Lalotte's castle. Okay. Restore. Captured. Take. Not tail. Take bones. You already took it. Okay, so you don't. There's no reuse. What? No. In dialog windows, enter selects the outside item, or click on items with the mouse. Tab and Shift Tab move between choices. Escape always cancels. Have I had any dialog windows so far? Put bones on skeleton. Drop bones. Each worm. It's disgusting, but did I do it? No. I feel like they wouldn't do this without reason. Like, it could just be plot related, like you get captured, then they let you out, and they give this reasoning, and it's just to give you the quest to get the unicorn. But I feel like there's more to it than that. Like, I feel like they wouldn't put me in that room and give me an opportunity to do something if I didn't actually have the opportunity to do something. So I'm gonna load still. And not go there. I don't know if I have to go there to advance things, but actually, let's take a look at the map real quick. Okay, so right now I don't really know what I'm doing, and I don't feel like I have any hints for what I'm doing. So, things that I can interact with. We can get kidnapped at Lalotte's castle. We can get killed by the scary trees. We can get killed by the ogre. So, things to advance would be find a way into the ogre house. Get the lantern from the dwarves. Or other things of that nature. And I don't know how to do any of those. So I think it's time to look up a hint. Okay. Ah, okay. I tried to do... So, the walkthrough has told me that the thing I did earlier, or tried to do earlier, that it didn't let me do, I can actually do. So you know how I was just saying, we want to get the lamp from the dwarves, but we tried to do things earlier and it didn't work? So it turns out, I was trying to give the pouch of diamonds to the dwarves. It's like, hey, you forgot this. And I even commented on it because, like, oh, it won't let me take the diamonds because they don't belong to me, but it'll let me take the pouch, and the pouch also doesn't belong to me. And it won't let me give it back. So, if we're in here, I can say give pouch to dwarf. See, the dwarves have everything they need. But according to the walkthrough, that's because what I actually need to do is I need to go all the way over here, give pouch to dwarf. Try standing in front of the head dwarf. Give pouch to dwarf. Give pouch to dwarf. Give pouch to dwarf. Try standing in front of the head dwarf. Give pouch to head dwarf. Give pouch. Is in front of this side. Give pouch. Give pouch. Give pouch. Swear to God, game. I'm standing in front of the head dwarf as hard as I can. Let me give him the pouch. There we go. Being an honest person, you offer the forgotten pouch of diamonds to the dwarf. His gruff exterior softens a bit. Nah, you can keep it, he says. We got plenty here. We also got an extra lantern we ain't using. Here, go ahead and take it. The dwarf's gruffness returns as he says, now, skedaddle on out of here. Oh, the Sierra Adventure games. So much jank. The problem is, they knew exactly what I was doing. And I know they knew what I was doing because they put in the hint. It's like, oh no, you need to stand in front of him. Oh no, you need to stand in front of him. Oh no, you need to stand in front of him. It's like, if you know what I'm trying to do, why don't you just make the acceptable area to stand in slightly larger? I mean, I guess because that they want to actually be able to show like the little animation of him trying to give the lamp to me. But that was hidden behind me anyway, so... Okay, we are going to save though. Got lamp. Use lamp. Light lamp. Using a flint attached to the oil lantern, you light it. The lantern burns with a bright glow. Oh no, you've been caught by a vicious troll. Fate be what it may, you are dragged off to meet it. Okay, I was banking on the light chasing away the troll. So, look around. This is the darkest cave you've ever seen. Even the lantern does little good. Okay. So I thought, oh, we get the lamp, so now we can go over here. The answer is no. The cave is too dark for the lamp to help with. So, what if the trick here is now not the light that we can get from the lamp, but the fire, because it has a another thing. So what if we go to that old house and we use the flint attached to this thing to try to light a fire in the kitchen? Alternatively, we could see if it does anything to the evil trees, if having the lamp lit there does anything different. The other thing I'm thinking of is I still didn't really do anything with the fisherman or the minstrel for that matter. Use lamp on fireplace. Light lamp. Light fireplace. Use lamp on fireplace. Use lamp. Sorry. What do you want to do with the lantern lit? Put lamp in fireplace. Start fire in fireplace. Turn off lamp. Okay. Let's look at our map again. Let's see if the lantern does anything for the creepy grove. Because that's the other things that we haven't done anything with are the stump, the minstrel, the fisherman's house, and the unicorn. But I don't think I've got anything that can interact with them. So unless we can use the board as a lever bar to dig up the stump, doesn't seem workable, but it's theoretically possible. There's the unicorn, maybe will be attracted to the lantern. There's yeah. I'm kind of at a loss as to where to go next. We'll go investigate the stump, maybe. There wasn't any lack of light here that I was dealing with. And I was hoping I could use the lamp to light the fireplace, but that's apparently not a thing. So we need to go, yeah, west 2. We keep going. This brings us to the frog pond. And from the frog pond, we should get to the stump, one further west. And then, I don't know, we'll find out. Look at stump. Yes, there's a tree stump in the middle of the meadow. Dig stump with board. Using what? Board. Dig with board. Using what? With board. Put pouch on stump. Put lantern on stump. Put lantern on stump. Put worm on stump? Are we doing bait? Oh, wait. Do I give the one worm to the fisherman to use as bait? Like, you would think that the fisherman would be able to get his own bait. But let's see if we can turn his whole life around by giving him one worm. Look around. The inside of the fisherman's shack looks almost as shabby as the outside. You see the old fisherman at the table and his wife kneading bread at the counter. The fisherman's fishing pole has been set in the corner. Okay. Give worm to fisherman. Not fisher map. Give worm to fisherman. They're not close enough. Give worm. The fisherman and his wife look at it in interest, but then shrug and shake their heads. What if we give pouch to fisherman? You offer the pouch of diamonds to the fisherman, who takes it gladly. Wife, give the girl my fishing pole in trade, he tells his tired wife. Obediently, she retrieves the pole and hands it to you. Thank you very much, she says, smiling. You've certainly helped us. Okay, maybe I now go fishing with the worm and the fishing pole. But we save first, because this will probably use up the got pole. This will probably use up the worm. So use worm on fishing pole. What do you want to do with the worm? Fish. Bait. Fishing pole. Scrunching up your delicate nose, you gingerly bait the hook of the fishing pole with the large earthworm. Fish. Eagerly, from the end of the pier, you fling the baited line of the fishing pole into the ocean. And we catch nothing. The fish don't seem to be biting. What other bodies of water do we have? You have the pool with the columns. That doesn't seem like it's much of a thing. We have the frog pond. Doesn't seem likely that there are fish in there. There is the river, like with the big waterfall area. Like maybe we could fish there. So I guess we go there. It's quite a ways away, but we'll go for it. Oh, I still had the thing pulled up. Let's see. And what does it say? If the bird is there, pulling a worm out of the ground, get the worm. Get the Shakespeare. Oh. I thought it was only telling me things I had already done. But it said go 3 west from the haunted house, and I believe that's where the minstrel generally is. Yeah, so well, it doesn't say exactly what to do because I have it relatively small, so it doesn't scroll all the way. So I don't see very much in advance, or any in advance in this case. I'm betting that the next line that I can't see is give him the book of Shakespeare. You hand the Shakespeare book to the minstrel. Curiously, he opens it and begins to read aloud, first hesitantly, then with increased forcefulness as he begins to get into it. Suddenly he stops and looks at you. "This is wonderful," he exclaims. "This gives me a new lease on life. No longer am I a mere minstrel. Now I will become a famous actor, to be or not to be. How's that?" He then gives you his lute, bids you farewell, and wanders off to stardom. Okay, cool. So now we have a lute. Are we gonna go with a music soothes the savage beast and play the lute for the ogre? That could be a route. Or maybe we could play the lute for the unicorn. Or we already know someone who likes playing music. And it's this satyr. And we missed him. He was on screen and then we did it wrong. Use fishing rod? Use fishing pole. Fish. Oh. Okay. Well, apparently you're not allowed to fish here anyway, so it's fine. Use lute. Play lute. Can't do that now. Understood. Running away. So we're not going for a music soothes the savage beast with the ogre. Can I get out this way? I cannot. We have to go all the way to the other end. Pathfinding is brutal. Okay, so we still haven't met the faun again. Or satyr, or pan, depending on how you want to phrase it. We also still haven't used the lantern to maybe get through the woods. Light lantern. I have no idea where we are. Oh. I got so far, I thought, oh, lighting the lantern does it. You can pass the trees. Yeah, that's what I thought. The thing is, I don't know if this is possible or not. But we're just going to have to try it. Alright, we're going to save here so we don't have to redo the walking part. Nope. Alright. That's as far to the right as you can go, and we still got grabbed. Yep, and he's got arms on both sides. So we can't get there that way. Okay, so I guess we head back to the west to try to find the satyr, because he's going to care about music and we can play the lute with him. What does that do for us? I have no idea. But it might do something. Of course, I don't know how to spawn him. Play lute. Pan has ceased his dancing and now looks at you and the lute curiously. You speak to Pan, but he doesn't respond. He only stares at you expectantly. Give lute. You're not close enough. Give lute. Okay, Pan gratefully accepts your gift of the lute, and in return he gives you his flute. Happy now, he dances away with it. Okay, so now we have a flute instead of a lute. Cool. Cool. What does that do for us? Is the flute going to attract the unicorn? I reloaded, so I haven't been captured, so I don't have a quest to get the unicorn. Alright, so what do we have on us right now? We have the fishing pole, but nothing bites when we fish off the pier, so we need to fish from somewhere else, which we don't know of anything yet. It's also possible that that is misleading and I need to use it somewhere else to like get a bird to do something, not actually use it to catch a fish. We also have not yet found a use for the board or the bone or the lantern for that matter. Let's look at our map to see what we can potentially interact with. Let's see. There's the crypt that's locked. We don't have any keys for that. There is the Seven Dwarfs house. There's the Seven Dwarfs mine. So, things that we think we have already interacted with. Can I have an... Wait, does this support layers now? I thought for some reason that just that baseline paint. Oh, there it is, layers. Yes, that's right. Built-in MS Paint supports layers because things are just crazy these days. All right, so we need to make this a thicker line. Not brushes. Where are the tool settings? I just need the size of this thing. Ah, there it is. Okay, so we traded something with the fisherman. We traded something with the minstrel. We use a brighter red. We traded something with the fisherman. We traded something with the minstrel. We traded something with the satyr. We traded something with the frog. We got the lantern. We got the worm. We got the thing from the house. We got the thing under the bridge. Which means the things that we have left to interact with that we don't know what they are is there's the unicorn, there's that pool with all the columns, there's the ogre, and there are the trees. And there's the troll in the cave. Let's see. So we can try playing the flute for the troll, but I don't see any mythological reason why that would be a thing. We can try playing the flute for the unicorn, but I don't know why we would want to at this point. I don't think it works for the trees either. We know the lantern doesn't help with the troll. We know... Let's take another look at what we have potentially. Oh, is it bedtime? Okay, we'll tuck you in. There we go. Dog is safely tucked in for bed, and we can turn off the dog cam. There we go. So, let's see, where were we? Yeah. Well, I think I've talked through all of my options right now, and I think it's time for another hint. Scroll down the slightest possible bit. Alright, so we're going to scroll down until we can only see one hint that we haven't already done yet. Alright, we gave the minstrel the book and we got the loot. Alright, after the fisherman leaves, follow him to the house, give the pouch of diamonds to the woman, you get a fishing pole in return. Alright, yes, we did that. Ah, well, there's where we made our mistake. You apparently just need to keep fishing until you catch something. I would not have guessed that. The game has been pretty straightforward so far about when you try something, it either works or it doesn't. And the idea that it's like, no, you just need to keep fishing until you catch a fish, while it makes sense if you think about real life. Like, obviously, you can't just expect to, like, throw the line in the water, wait 30 seconds, and be like, well, I guess that's how it's going to be. We are either catching things or we aren't. But in a game, if it says it's like, nope, no fish biting, I came to the conclusion, as I said out loud, okay, well, I guess that means that I need to fish somewhere else. Use pole. Fish with pole. This is not understood. And we walked slightly too far. Time to swim back to shore, and hopefully not get eaten by a shark. Okay, let's try this again. Let's see if we can get the phrasing correct this time. Use pole on ocean. Use fishing pole. Fish with fishing pole. What do you mean I can't do that now? I did it before. Like, well, how did I phrase it before that it worked for me? I wonder why it said you can't do that now. Use baited fishing pole on water. What do you want to do with it? Fish with fishing pole. What do you mean I can't do that now? Fish with pole. Use fishing pole. Fish with fishing. Not wishing. Fishing pole. Fish. I was too specific. Fish with fishing pole. No go. You have to just say fish. Eagerly, from the end of the pier, you fling the baited line from the fishing pole into the ocean. Fish. Alright, and we're just waiting. We are having a chill time with our fishing simulator game. And I did catch a little bit of the hint that it said then go back to the fisherman. So, almost immediately, you feel a sharp tug on the line. Something pulls and fights your line as you slowly reel it in. And there it is. You've caught yourself a fine fat fish. Alright. So, unfortunately, I did get the secondary hint. I only wanted the first one that was like, oh yeah, you just had to keep fishing. But I did get the secondary one of, now we go talk to the fisherman again. Talk. Talk to fisherman. Give fish. Not close enough. Okay. Give fish. Cook fish. The game does not understand cook. But Jesse, we have to cook. Dead fish. Okay. Oh. This is what I get for accidentally reading the hint. Is it was actually misleading. Because it didn't say go back to the fisherman's house. It said go to the back of the fisherman's house. Look around. Look in window. They're not close enough. Okay, yes. We'll get closer so we can snoop. Look in window. Okay, so we can't make out the details. That's fine. So a beautiful green meadow dotted with wildflowers serves as a fisherman's spacious backyard. The flower's sweet scent fills the air. What if I want to pull an anti-Febreze and drop the dead fish here to counteract the flower's sweet scent? Drop dead fish. Alright, yeah, we exchange with Pan. Oh. Okay, alright. This game relies entirely too much on RNG events. Because now we're just kind of following the walkthrough a little bit more actively. Because we're getting a little bit closer to the end of stream. Like, we'll still be going for another, like, hour or so. But, hi, Cupid. Oh, you startled Cupid. Like, show up until, like, the person is here. It's like... So it doesn't actually matter that you've explored the area before. Get bow. Cupid's bow. We don't have any arrows to go with it. But we're gonna follow the walkthrough. We are late enough in the game because we're not going to be putting in multiple streams on this game that we are going to be kind of just following the walkthrough at this point and see how much further we can advance it in an hour. Where is the unicorn? Based on our map, he should be here, right? River unicorn in thick wood, yeah. How rare does he spawn? What are we, shiny hunting on the unicorn? Oh, he can be north or west. I see. Not here. Just go between these three until we find our unicorn friend. Have we just completely scared away the unicorn and made it unwinnable for us already? Or are we just getting unlucky with the RNG events? Maybe we can skip this and come back, since it was next talking about stuff we already did. Near the waterfall, wear the crown. We swim through the waterfall, get the board, light lantern, and enter the beginning screen to the east. If a troll shows up, run away. Look at the ground, get bone, and save. Oh, okay. Then you have to wander blind in the cave. Like, this is... Oh boy, that is certainly a solution. Alright, so we're gonna go look for the unicorn a little bit more. But he appears to just not want anything to deal with us anymore, which is fine. So we go to the troll thing. So the walkthrough says, and all right, so we already did the part, we found the waterfall, we went in the cave, we found the troll there, we grabbed the bones. If a troll shows up immediately, return back. Look around, get bone, and save the game. Yes, of course. Go 1 screen south and 2 screens east. If the troll catches you, restore and try again. When you enter the cave room with a small exit hole, cautiously go right. Step by step until the lantern light reveals a gap. Put board over chasm, cross it, go north, crawl through hole. Sure. Use crown. Put on crown. Alright, so we will remember to save now. Save. Control. Run. Light lantern. Alright, so we go 1 south and 2 east. Light lantern and enter the beginning of the screen to the east. Light lantern. The thing is, I don't know my way around, and I don't know where exactly we can go. So we need to go 2 east, but I don't know where the exit is to the east. I feel like we're just kind of walking into a wall here. That was 1 down, and that was 1 east. That's 2 east. All right. With the small exit, cautiously go right step by step until the lantern light reveals a gap. Use board on gap. Use board. Put down board. Feeling in the dark, you manage to place the board across the crevasse. Now, can you cross it safely? Feeling in the dark again, you manage to pick up the board without dropping it into the crevasse. through hole. Crawl. Oh, okay. You just needed to walk closer and not give a command. Save a lot here. That's never a good sign. Swamp. Go as far right as you can and repeatedly, quote-unquote, jump. To jump from patch to patch to the next screen. When on the last patch, a cobra will appear. Put board, cross it, go near the cobra, and play flute to temporarily hypnotize him. Okay, then. So, what now? So, we come here and we're like, jump. 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 Wow. Riveting gameplay and design here. Let's have the players just type jump over and over again. This is... I will admit, it is a tricky solution. I would probably have not thought of the solution as we just want the players to keep typing jump over and over. Oh. Don't you know that some swamps are quagmires that will suck you under? As you take your last breath, you contemplate this final information. Restore. Right. Right. My bad. My bad. I even read it out loud, and I still failed to do it correctly. This is why I wanted you to save a lot, probably. So that you would save yourself the time and trouble of, if you mess up one part, having to come back here and type in jump another 15 times. Well, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 11 to get to the next screen. 12. 13, 14, 15, 16. And then we have to use the board. Do we use the board first? Use board. Put down board. We're going to save. What? All right, we're going to load. So we walk across the board. Then you go up, then over. Play flute. This part I probably could have figured out. The jumping, probably not. Nervously, you raise the flute to your mouth and begin to play a melodic tune to the big cobra, who begins to sway with the music. Soon, the snake is mesmerized by it and falls into a hypnotic trance. Take fruit. Picking up the board and placing it across the gap in the cave. Alright. No! Stupid, precise walking. Hitboxes are crazy here. Play flute. Take fruit. Take board. And now we get to type jump again. Yay! Alright, we will save though, so we don't have to do that again. We just have to type in jump another, 13 times to get back across? Let's see. Okay, so this will bring us back to the step we were at earlier, where I was thinking there's got to be something else we're supposed to do. And that's when we get caught by the evil fairy's goons. Right, do we have the lantern lit still? We do. We're going to save here just in case. Oh, see? A chasm! So it was right there. See, I thought the light was supposed to reveal it. Because we have the lantern lit. I thought I would... That's why I was progressing very, very slowly, like taking one step forward. Put board. Alright, so now we need to go here. And we need to manage to get to the west again. And then we need to go north. And hopefully not get eaten by a troll. Also, the movement is so much faster going left to right than it is up and down. Okay. There we go. Come on. You can make it. Turn off lantern. And out we go. Now we go and get caught. We try not to fall to our deaths. Speaking of falling to our death. Watch the cutscene after it. We return to the foot of the mountain. Okay, so we get this bit, which is fine. Alright, so from the walkthrough, it appears that we don't actually need to do anything. So I was wrong about that in the dungeon room. To me, it felt like a hint that you need to stash something in here now when you're going to get out, and then later you'll be able to use that to escape. But from the walkthrough, what's going to happen is it just says, just watch the cutscene, and then you'll be dropped back down at the bottom of the island. Or not at the bottom of the island, at the at the base of that mountain path that we just walked up. So we've gone through this cutscene a couple times before already as we were trying to figure out what to do in this dungeon room. Look around. Look out window. The window is too high. Take everything. You can't get that. Open door. You can't unlock door. We don't have the key, because of course we don't. Take whip. Besides, you wouldn't want it. What do you know? Maybe I want the whip, huh? Do you know how expensive a good whip is? Well, maybe it's not a good whip. That's the other possibility. It could just be an awful, useless whip. Now, I will note that of things that we didn't do in the walkthrough, we did skip the whole shooting the unicorn with Cupid's bow bit. So, we'll see what happens with that. Okay, so things that we use the walkthrough for, like, what do I think the odds of me are of figuring it out? Typing jump over and over again to get through the swamp, I don't think I would have thought of that. That just seems... It seems weird enough that, like, I wouldn't... And I guess this is kind of meta-gaming. That seems like the kind of solution that's like, no. No, the developers wouldn't have that as an actual solution, would they? Much like the solution to the cave with the lantern being, no, you just wander around in the cave in the darkness with your lantern not really displaying anything. That's the solution. You just vaguely grope around in the darkness until you kind of find what you were looking for. Just like, really? That's how you figure it out? So I don't think I would have figured that one out either. Alright, so we still have not found the unicorn. That we're supposed to shoot with Cupid's bow. It is not here again. It is not here again. And theoretically it can also appear here. Why? Something is off here. Because these are somehow showing up as both to the left and right of each other and to the top and bottom of each other. Shoot unicorn with bow. You aim one of Cupid's golden arrows toward the beautiful unicorn. You let go of the bowstring, zing, bullseye. The magnificent unicorn is no longer afraid of you. It's now your friend. Pet unicorn. You gently stroke the velvety soft nose of the unicorn. It seems as if you've made a friend, Rosella. Kill unicorn. Wait, no. Okay. And then the next step to make progress is just go jump off the end of the pier and swim out to sea and see what happens. This is why I predicted that I would probably end up using a walkthrough at some point on these games, because some of the reasoning in them is tricky, to say the least. Now, some of it made sense. It's just like, all right, we should give the minstrel the book of poems. You should give the diamonds to the poor couple. You should give the musical instrument to the satyr playing a musical instrument. Like, this all makes sense. You progress the game by just kind of feeling yourself around in the dark is very odd to me. But I guess I should get more in the mindset of game designers at the time, because this wasn't considered that odd, I suppose. Right, so we're supposed to go 2 to the west and see what happens. Oh, look, an island. Look around. You stare out at the ocean and the white sand beach of this secluded island. From the middle of the island, a massive ivory palace towers, surrounded by a lovely manicured garden. Take the thing I'm next to. The game doesn't understand a thing. Of course it doesn't. Take feather. See, this is another thing. I would have been like, that looks like a thing I can take. And then I just end up not being able to take it because I try to look at it and nothing happens. Alright, but let's explore this island for a bit. See what happens. Actually, no, we're short enough on time. We'll continue with the walkthrough. Swim back to the right. Okay, I guess we're not supposed to do anything else here. We're just going to be swimming around. Understood. Oh, look, a peacock. You don't see a whale. Exit into the screen till you do. I don't see a whale. Don't see a whale. I see fish, but not a whale. Yeah, and this is another thing that I'm like, I don't think I would know. That's shark. Yeah, like, the way to progress the game is look for random events. It's, not ideal. Oh, there's the whale. Horrors, you've been swallowed by a huge whale. Climb the whale's tongue from the bottom right to his throat, saving it each time you progress. Get bottle. Read bottle. Open bottle. Read note. Help me, I'm lost at sea in King's Quest III. I'm with a bunch of nasty pirates who want to feed me to the sharks. If you can, come quick. Okay. So we want to climb the whale's tongue from the bottom right to his throat. Is it just RNG if you slip or not? And that's why we save each time? Which is, again, too many RNG mechanics. The funny thing is, well, it said from the bottom right to his throat, so maybe we need to start over here. Okay. Just save scumming on the RNG. Yikes. See, this is the sort of thing that if I weren't following a walkthrough, I would assume I was doing it wrong. Like, the constant falling would make me think, alright, clearly the game is telling me this is not the solution. But apparently it is the solution, it's just super RNG. Tickle whale with feather. Not here. Wow. Well, with feather. Ugh. I wish I had one button to, like, load most recent save. See, I was thinking that maybe it's, like, you have to be at the right place. Like, I actually can't get up here. I need to, like, we need to go sideways first. Like, there's actually a path here. And, like, if I knew it beforehand, then it would work out fine. Oh, oops. I meant to F5 that, not F7. Hmm. Am I missing something? Climb the whale's tongue from the bottom right to his throat, saving each time you progress. And tickle whale with feather. Okay, so this seems pretty consistent that I cannot climb it. Like, as soon as I make the slightest motion upward. We're just, like, done. Like, the fact that this is the solution is awful. Like, who thought this was a good idea? Sort of level ideas. Let's Google and see if there is a known path.
Climbing the whale's tongue in King's Quest IV is notoriously hard. This book calls it the most difficult part of the game. Players will often get stuck here, sliding off over and over. It's even lampooned at the end of Leisure Suit Larry 3. So what's going on? In this image, the black and red parts are walkable. The green parts are not, and will send Rosella back down. But there's no way to know this in the game, you just have to use trial and error. So, if you want to skip all that frustration, just do this. With the mouse, click once down in the left-hand corner, right at the bottom where the tongue starts. Then, click again, right up here. That's it. All that's left to do.
All right. We'll give that an upvote later. And we'll see if the clicking works. All right. So let's go back to that diagram. By walkable, it's where the feet are? Ah, I see the problem. I started too close to the middle. So here's what's going on. Or at least what I think is going on. I started like here-ish, which means it is literally impossible for me to get to the top now. Because the feet are going to follow this path, and that's why right now, anytime I try to go up at all, I'm running into this and falling. So we need to actually reset, which might be a problem because we are timed. So we do need to make sure that we go all the way over here. Okay. Tickle whale with feather. That is... yikes. You frantically tickle the throat of the whale with a big peacock feather. You begin to feel a quiver under your feet, which quickly turns into a mighty tremble. Suddenly, you hear a thunderous "Achoo!" and you are swept out of the whale's mouth in a tremendous wave of ocean water. Again, you find yourself swimming in the ocean. Why did we do that again? Okay, but we need to click through this so that we can properly... Alright, so that video we found, only posted 2 years ago, and only has 85 upvotes on it. So yeah, because we used this, we're going to give a little bit of credit here. This is the video we used. If we want to encourage this kind of content in the future of people providing answers to dumb, frustrating puzzles, feel free to go like that, because I did. Now, where were we? I do like giving credit to where credit is due. So, where were we? We were playing through... Where is it? Here we go. Swim to the small island in the distance. Alright, off we go. Hopefully we don't get eaten by a shark on the way. Throw the fish to the pelican. Fish to pelican. You can't do that now. Look around. You found yourself stranded on a desert island. Also, it seems have others before you. Now what are you going to do, Rosella? Toss a coin to... Wait, no. Throw a fish to your pelican. You throw the stinky dead fish to the pelican. Greedily, he catches it in his large bill. As he does so, you notice something shiny fall from his bill onto the ground. Look at the ground. Take whistle. Go inside the boat remains, look at the ground, and you'll pick up a golden bridle. Look, ground. Look, ground. Look at the ground inside this wrecked boat. What is this? Why, it's a golden bridle. You pick it up and carry it with you. Alright. Tossing the fish to the pelican, I could have figured out on my own. Trying to climb the whale's tongue, probably couldn't have figured out on my own. Walking here and looking at the ground, probably wouldn't have figured out on my own. Let's see. At the right shore, whistle. A dolphin will show up. Use whistle. Low whistle. You put the shiny silver whistle to your lips and forcefully blow into it, producing a loud tweet. To your astonishment, a friendly dolphin appears just offshore and jabbers excitedly at you. Ride dolphin. Wait, that's what I think I should do. What does the walkthrough say I should do? Swim to the dolphin and ride dolphin. You're not close enough. Now ride dolphin. Works better than when I tried to ride the fisherman's wife earlier. Swim to the shore, walk 1 north and 2 east, put the bridle on the unicorn. Yeah. We're glad that we used the walkthrough on this. It's... like, some things are easy to connect and some things are just like... what? Why? How? Like, to start that sequence, I would have needed to go to the island, just like randomly explore and go to the island, which maybe I would have eventually done out of frustration. It's just like, well, I got nowhere else to go. I might as well just swim out to sea and see what happens. And then And then what? Then deliberately getting eaten by the whale? Probably not something I would have done. But, you know, who knows? When we last saw the unicorn, he was in this meadow to the left. Use bridle on unicorn. Put bridle on unicorn. Not close enough. Put bridle on unicorn. I'm not close enough. Put bridle on unicorn. As the beautiful unicorn offers no resistance, you gently place the golden bit into its mouth and fit the bridle and reins over its majestic head. The unicorn looks at you with curiosity. Ride unicorn. You're not close enough. Ride unicorn. Try the other side. You know what I'm trying to do, game. Ride unicorn. You nimbly mount the magnificent unicorn, grab the golden reins, and set off towards Lolot's castle. It's very annoying when the game knows exactly what I'm trying to do, but refuses to do it for just reasons. It's just like, so the player knows what to do. The player tells the game that they know what to do. The game sees that and says, yep, that's the right answer, but we're going to put up some hoops for you to jump through before we can actually let you do it. So it's like, you know what I'm doing, I know what I'm doing, why are we making this more difficult than it needs to be? Because it's not actually it's not actually a difficult thing to do. Or, what's a good way to put this? It's not something that makes the game more difficult in that, as far as, like, engaging difficulty. Like, it's not like, oh, it's trickier, you have to be smarter, you have to be faster, you have to be more clever in order to figure it out. It's just like, you've already solved the puzzle, it's just asking you to turn it in typed double-spaced. Oh, this doesn't sound good, you think. Oh, I missed a line. Lolette continues. I am desirous of the hen that lays the golden eggs. Currently, the hen is kept by the ogre and his wife. Bring me the hen, and you shall have your freedom and a great reward. Take her away, Lolette orders her goons. Okay. And I dropped something. Hold up a sec. The instructions say that, alright, so we go to the ogre's house, and then we just open the door and throw the bone. But last time I tried to open the door to the ogre's house, it was locked. Is this just a, like a quest flag difference? The ogre sees you. You'd better run as she'd like to have you for dinner. Last time I was here, the door was locked, so I couldn't open it. Open door. Watch out, a very unfriendly bulldog rushes towards you. Throw bone. That one I could have figured out. Quickly you toss the bone to the big dog, who catches it midair. Happy with his surprise gift, he takes it to... Okay, that was too fast. Go upstairs and get the axe from the right wall. Okay. Take axe. Look around. You've entered the ogre's upstairs bedroom, where a huge bed dominates the place. In the left wall, you notice a closed door. Look at table. Open drawers. No, it's private. Of course it is. Look at door. Door's closed. From behind it, you hear a soft clucking sound. Okay, so that's where the hen is then. Okay, go back downstairs. Open the door underneath the stairs. Actually, while we're at it, save. Ogre. Open door. Open door. Wait inside that small room until, quote, you hear the ogre in the house. Look at the keyhole. When the ogre sleeps, save, open the door, get the hen, open the door, quickly get out of the house. Interesting. Look around. You found yourself inside the ogre's small closet. For a closet, it's surprisingly empty. You notice a large keyhole under the doorknob of the closet door. So do we just you hear the ogre in the house. Look, keyhole. The ogre roars, Fee-fi-fo-fum. I smell the blood of a... Quiet, you old goat, interrupts the ogress. That's just a deer you smell. You know how you get when you're hungry. Here, eat. Wife, shouts the ogre, bring me my hen. Wow, this guy's not a very good husband. Lay, orders the ogre. That's not a nice thing to say to your wife either. With excitement, you watch the hen lay a golden egg, which the ogre takes. He yawns, then falls asleep on the table. Soon his snoring rattles the walls. Open door. Take hen. Take hen. Take hen. And we run away. Squawk, squawk. Oh, the ogre's woken up. Okay, away we go. So, the funny thing is, when we first were kidnapped by, or caught by, we'll say, Lalotte's henchmen, and told to get the unicorn, I thought that that was probably a bad idea. Oh, we shouldn't do that. That's there are multiple things you can do in game, and that gets you the bad ending. If you actually give the evil sorceress lady what she wants. But it turns out no, that's just how the plot progresses. So Yeah, that's another thing that might have thrown me off here. Alright, now we watch another cutscene. What a good girl you are, Lilette gushes. I really ought to give you your reward right now. But I won't, 'cause I'm evil. Insert evil laugh here. She pauses, and you wonder what she's up to. Lilette goes on to say, but I have just the tiniest bit of doubt left. Oh. If you do just one more thing for me, I'll be completely convinced of your innocence, and you'll receive a wonderful reward. Somehow, you don't quite believe her. I want to have Pandora's box. It is said that whoever owns it would be in possession of the purest evil. Okay? Lilotte's red eyes glow as she exclaims, with the power and evil of Pandora's box, I would be unstoppable. Your terror returns as you realize what an evil being Lillotte really is. Really? You wonder if you should be helping her in this way, but what can you do about it? Nothing, right now. I don't know the whereabouts of Pandora's box, Lillotte tells you. You must search for it yourself. Again, she orders her henchmen to take her away. Go 3 north, you say. 1 north? Alright, so where are we going next? Oh, we have an axe, so we can actually get past the trees. Because if you recall, when we were looking at our map, we have this box here that we could never get to. Because the mountain path has like a cliffside here, and then there are the trees that kill us whenever we try to get from other directions. Oh, we should probably save. Use axe. Trees tremble at your might and are frightened by your axe. They will not bother you further. So you don't actually have to use the axe on them. You just perform a threat display. Understood. Use axe. That's not necessary anymore. So where's the route? Ah, it's that way. Look around. A cave bearing a slight resemblance to a skull juts out from the craggy mountainside. Huge rocks block your exit to the north, and you're completely surrounded by those grabby trees. Nice situation, huh? Alright, so we don't see anything. We see smoke coming out of it, so presumably we would just go into the cave. Save game, enter the cave. One witch you chase will also move around the cauldron. When you get to the other 2 witches, take eye. Which side are you going on? Take. What? Okay, alright. So what I messed up there is I keep trying to type enter before I type in a command because I'm used to basically every known chat interface in modern gaming where you hit enter to open the prompt and then you type in what you want to type in. Whereas this game, you don't do that. Right, so you're going to chase me, and that's fine. We're going to come over here. We're going to take I. Take I. Take I. Come on. What? No, no. I want you on this side of the cauldron. How am I not close enough? Yeah, so there are two main difficulties that most games have, especially somewhat puzzle-based ones. There's the thinking part, there's the planning, and the execution. Now, the planning is all done for me because I'm following a walkthrough at this point, because we're far enough into stream. But the execution is falling short. Alright, so how can I tell when they'll be able to grab me and when not? When you get to the other two witches, take eye. So I was trying to get close enough to grab the glowing eye out of that skull on the shelf there. Yeah, alright, so they just grab me if I get close, though. And, like, sometimes they'll grab me and sometimes they won't. Yeah, it says when you get close to the other two witches, you take eye. Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. Take ye. Is it the eye that they're like passing back and forth? You just managed to snatch the glass eye from the grasp of the old witches. Now they're totally blind and helpless. Give us back our eye, the old witches plead. Exit, come back. As you re-enter the dismal cave, the three one-eyed witches throw something towards you, which lands on the ground. Here, take it, they cry. It'll ward off the undead. You'll need it. Now please give us back our eye. Let's see. Okay. You think about it. Take scarab. Take scarab. Throw eye. You throw the glass eye to the three old hags, who once again take turns peering at you. Come closer, dear, one says. We'd like to give a little gift to you. I don't believe that for a second. Okay, we're going to save now. And let's see. Leave the cave, go south twice, and one west. Like a heavy blanket, darkness enfolds you. Lovely. Do we need to bring the lantern out? We're going to the haunted house. And then what? Open door. What's that you hear? Why, it's the sound of a crying baby, and it's coming from upstairs. Alright, so that is upstairs on the left, I believe, was where the nursery is. You hear a baby crying. Yes, I know. I'm on the way. Look at bed. Okay. The crying baby seems to be in here. Look. This old baby nursery must be in... Okay. Look. Kill. Why did I type kill instead of look? I mean, yeah, all the keys are right next to each other. Oh, I guess it is mirrored. Look is L-O-O-K, and kill is K-I-L-L. So I guess I just somehow mirrored my hand on the keyboard. It's very odd, though. The baby cradle rocks to and fro as a baby's voice wails from within. Okay. So it wants me to now go look at the portrait downstairs. And I'm pretty sure I did that before, but I guess it's different now that it's nighttime. It's like, you hear a baby crying. Yes, I'm aware. The game really wants to hammer home the annoyance of a baby crying by continuously reminding me, by the way, there's a baby crying. It's like, okay, yes. I understand. Look. Picture. An interesting portrait of a young girl hangs above the fireplace. You gaze at it intently and notice that her eyes seem to stare at the left wall of the parlor. I noticed that earlier, but when I looked at it, it didn't say anything about it. Look. Wall. You examine the left wall very closely and notice a little latch. Use latch. Flip latch? You flip the latch on the wall, and behold, you have discovered a secret door. Look. You found a secret tower. Narrowing steps spiral dizzyingly upward. You notice a shovel leaning against the wall. Take shovel. They're not close enough. Okay. Take shovel. Do I go up here? Or do I need to leave first? Let's see. Leave the house. Okay. So no point going up the tower yet, I guess. Alright, and then we go to a graveyard because we have the shovel. Do we dig up the one that has the cross? Far back left of the tree. Right, we're going to save. just visible under its branch, to find the tomb of Hiram Bennett, Reedstone, save before each dig, and restore if nothing is found, because the shovel will break after several digging attempts. Oh, that's just glorious. So not only is the solution RNG, Reedstone, the ever-living memory of Hiram Bennett, baby son of Edward and Sarah Bennett, who by a sudden surprise fell asleep on the 11th day of November, 1553, aged 6 months. Okay, so we need to save before each digging attempt, because from a game design perspective, they put in something where it's random whether you get the solution or not, and you have limited tries. So they have built save scumming in as a game feature. Otherwise, if you're unlucky, the game just becomes unwinnable by design. Dig with shovel. Dig with shovel. Not here. Then where? Dig. The terrifying zombie senses your obsidian scarab, it immediately retreats and goes back to whence it came. Aha! I was just seeing, like, what's the timing on this? Can I dig and then run away? It's like, it works because we have the scarab. We've uncovered a silver baby rattle. Hooray! Now we can give the ghost rattle to the ghost baby. Turn to the baby ghost and give the rattle. Well, yeah, that part I could have figured out. But most of this, yeah, I wouldn't have gotten it. Especially the RNG elements. No, you're just going to have to repeat this thing a bunch of times, and eventually it'll work out, or the thing you need will be there. It's just like, oh, yeah, I guess I'm just not used to this style of game, so I would have never have caught that. Give rattle. You drop the silver rattle into the baby cradle. As you do so, the crying of the baby ghost and the rocking of the cradle cease. You breathe a big sigh of relief. Neat. Now the baby's not crying anymore. The sound of low moaning and the rattling of heavy chains disturbs you. I mean, it disturbs her. I quite enjoy it. That's just a good weekend. Rattling of chains, low moaning. It's a good time. Well, for most people. For some people. Not everyone. Return to the left graveyard. Read from the front left stone. Save game and dig to find a bag of coins. Need the front left stone. So this one? Lord Coningsby. It's not what we wanted. Newberry Will. Here lies Newberry Will. His life was finished because he took ill, but none'll miss him. He should have been wiser. 'Tis his own fault for being such a miser. I see. Pandora. Okay. Dig. Alright, so the earlier prompts of dig with what weren't saying, I need you to specify what you're digging with. They were to say, no, you can't dig yet. Found a bag of gold coins. Okay, so the walkthrough is implying that you sometimes just don't find things when you dig. So far, we're 2 for 2, though. I don't know what this has to do with Pandora's box, though. Give gold. Give gold coins. Give gold coins. Not close enough. You offer the bag of gold coins to the old miser ghost. He greedily snatches it from your hands and then promptly disappears. Okay. The sound of sorrowful weeping floats down from upstairs. So how would I be supposed to figure this out? Like, do we talk to them and then figure out who they are and then match it to who's in the graveyard, probably? Like, that feels like the way that this puzzle should be solved. Oh, it looks like we have to go see her first. So we go upstairs. You try to comfort the lady ghost, but she doesn't respond. It seems as if she doesn't even know you're here as she continues her deep sobbing. So no hints that way. Sound of weeping fills the house. I guess one way is like you just go and you dig up all the graves and then you try to match all the items that you get. Betty Cowden. Here lieth the body of Betty Cowden, who had lived longer, but she couldn't. Sorrow and grief made her decay when she lost her lover at sea one day. Oh, that explains why the shovel has limited uses. You're supposed to read the epitaphs and match them to the ghosts. So it's like there's like 10 or 15 graves and only like 6 ghosts. So it's not RNG, it's anti-cheese, so you can't just dig up every grave. You can dig it. Find a lovely locket. Stone in the far back. I'm going to see if my theory is correct. Can I actually dig these up beforehand? Read stone. Okay. Or maybe like the stuff doesn't spawn until you've seen the ghost. If so, we're going to have to load here. Yeah, okay. I see how it is. So you have to know who you're digging for before you dig. Go in here, we give her the locket. So we come up here, we give her the locket, then we go outside. Okay. A loud wailing is coming from downstairs. Sound of anguished wailing reaches you. Okay, cool. Return to the left graveyard. Read the front second right stone, Lord Coningsby. Once again, it says save and then dig. And we, of course, have the anti-zombie brooch, so this is all fine. We have to give the medal to the ghost. Interesting. This is one that I don't know if I would figure out, but I haven't seen that many... What was that? A loud wailing sound comes from downstairs. My first thought when it said that is downstairs, like beneath me, like in a basement. But no, just it means the downstairs of the house, which is where we currently are. Where is he? Give medal. You offer the Medal of Honor to the Wailing Ghost. He takes it from your hands with great reverence. Satisfied, he vanishes into thin air. A cute little boy ghost suddenly appears. He grins mischievously at you, begins to giggle, and runs from the room. Alright, so we're following him. You hear naughty giggling as the little boy ghost runs from the room. Climb ladder. After adjusting your eyes to the gloom, you soon see that you have stumbled upon the musty attic of the old house. The trapdoor in the floor is open, and from it, a ladder leads down to the room below. Useless junk and boxes clutter the room. There's an interesting chest near the open trapdoor. The little boy ghost laughs and refuses to budge from his seat on top of the chest. It might help if he had a toy to play with. Are we dead? Of course we're dead. Try this again. We're digging. We're repelling zombies. Okay, this time we need to not die by accidentally walking down a hole. This time we know that the person we need to give the thing to it will appear in this hallway. Maybe? Maybe we need to leave the room and then come back. I do like how our reflection shows up in the mirror. You can see that it just kind of flashes as we walk back and forth in front of it. Like it has like little red and yellow flashes that are theoretically our reflection. We go up, we look around, we click through everything, and we come back down. Climb down. Slowly climbing down. Alright, and then we need to go to Willie's grave. This one in the far back. We need stone. Big. Excuse me. Uncovered a toy horse. Open door. We need to go back up to the attic. Climb ladder. Let's see. What does the walkthrough say after this? We give the thing to him. We open the chest. We look in the chest. Interesting. Give toy. You give the toy horse to the little boy ghost in hopes that he will vanish like the others before him. For a moment, you fear that he will not, as he takes time to examine it carefully. Suddenly, he grins at you, and, in a twinkling, disappears. Open chest. Open chest. Look in chest. Climb down. We're not falling again. At least not yet. We might fall again in the future, but not right now. I was wondering why we hadn't gone upstairs yet. Or by upstairs, I mean up the tower on the left. Apparently where we're going now. So this is one of those things that if I weren't doing the walkthrough, I would have definitely gone up this as soon as I found it. So I would know, of course, that there is an organ up here. So that, assuming that I figured out the rest, which, let's be honest, I may or may not have done. Alright, we're just going to save, because there is a good chance that we fall to our deaths here. But I'm assuming that I figured out the whole graveyard match the ghost to the match the ghost to the grave thing. Also, this whole like navigating while you can't see the character is I'm not convinced it's a good mechanic. Like, I have no indicators of if I'm going the right way or not. Oh, interesting. Now I do. Oh, it reversed the controls? So, what I thought, because this is a spiral, we have to go forward, right, back, left. The actual movement is, yes, that's left, but but see, forward is now towards me instead of away from me. So they reversed the controls on me midway through. And we died. Like, see, right now, forward, or 8 on the number pad, is away from me. Now, forward is towards me. And we cannot see where our feet are at all. This is a style of difficulty that I don't find difficult. It's like just a pure frustration sort of thing. It's just like, we're going to mess with your controls, and then we're going to make it so you can't see what you're doing. And that's the difficulty. It's like, not ideal. But I guess we're only falling down the middle, so we just kind of hug our face into the wall. Play organ. Sit at organ. It would be better to move to the inside of the bench. Are you kidding me? I can only remember one oldie but goodie. What a virtuoso you are, Rosella. Now, it was cool to have the music in there, but we actually want to play sheet music. You find it difficult to read the old sheet music, but you attempt it anyway. Why can I not remember the name of this song? It's a famous song. I've heard it a ton of times before. What's this? A small drawer has opened in the organ. Look in drawer. Take key. Fan. Save, so we don't fall to our deaths again. Or rather, so we don't have to redo all of this if we fall to our deaths again. Oh, let's see. Get the skeleton key. Oh, reverse controls almost got me again. We're back to normal controls. Okay. Almost got me again. Oops. Okay, so now that we have the skeleton key, we can get to the crypt. Aha. Hope we have some weird tales in there. Sure, there's someone who can tell us something in the crypt. He's the guy who keeps it anyway. Okay. Open door. Door's locked. Unlock door. Now open door. Look around. What an incredible place. This looks like an ancient burial tomb with hieroglyphics written on the walls and an old coffin against the far wall. A pile of rope is at the edge of the upper platform. You see an odd-looking little chest here. It must be Pandora's box. How do you know that? There are all sorts of weird little chests that could be in this, room with glowing walls and hieroglyphics. Why do you know it's Pandora's box specifically? Take rope. You're not close enough. Take rope. Reach down and get the pile of rope. To your happy surprise, you find that the rope is actually a rope ladder attached to the end of the platform. Gladly, you throw the rope ladder over the edge of the platform where it falls to the floor below. Climb down. You're not close enough. Climb down. Wait, was I supposed to do that? I was supposed to do that. Hooray. Look out for the mummy. The mummy runs from your powerful scarab. Okay. Take box. Climb ladder. Okay, now it is time to go turn this in. I suppose we should save as well. It's a little annoying that each time I load, I end up with the cursor in the middle of the screen, and then I'm like, oh wait, I should move that. That's really annoying to have it there. Alright, so the goons are here. Okay. Let us see what happened in the cutscene. The lot smiles an evil smile. You know, she says, I never asked you your name. What is it? You tell her, Rosella. Rosella, what a pretty name. You wonder what this is all about. You find out soon enough. Well, Rosella, Lolette grins ominously. You've earned your reward. My son, Edgar, has fallen in love with you. I wish him to be happy, and I give you the honor of being his wife and my daughter-in-law. Hooray! It's forced marriage. Your heart turns flips and somersaults as you hear this. Is that a good thing? I mean, he's a little green, but he loves you. So, there's that. You'll be married first thing in the morning, she informs you. That is pretty quick. You might want to go on at least a date first. Like, maybe he's really into crypto or something. I mean, that's way worse than being green. Let's see. You will sleep in Edgar's room tonight while my son sleeps here. She motions to her goons. Let us relieve you of your burdensome load before you retire. What, like, do they take everything in my inventory? You were so shocked by this tragic turn of events that you hardly noticed your possessions being taken away. Okay. Alright, so they did steal everything. Got it. To her goons, Loat orders, escort our Rosella to her room. As we get marched away. Unfortunate for us. You think to yourself, now what? Alright, we look around. Normally, this is Edgar's tower bedroom. Actually, for being in such an awful castle, it looks quite comfortable, but you're in no mood to care. Wait, do I need to do something quickly? No, okay. Look, drawers. You see nothing special. Look, mirror. Okay, look out window. You see the mountain out the window. Look under rug. Small log lies on the floor beside the bed. You hear something at the door. Did he phase that through the door? Or was he supposedly, like, opening the door and then closing it? You see a beautiful, beautiful rose lying by the door. Take rose. Take rose. I want to take the rose. Look, rose. Look, floor. Open door. You're not close enough? What do you mean I'm not close enough? Oh, I need to walk onto it? Like, not use the typing commands? That's weird. What's this? Why, a beautiful red rose has been pushed under your door. Ah, pushed under the door. Got it. You pick it up and carry it with you. You know, I can see our feet now as we walk back and forth. So apparently, like, the door is supposed to be floating above the ground. But, like, there's supposed to be a gap under the door. But the way that they've drawn it, it just looks like we're clipping through it. Okay. Oh, take look at rose. What a beautiful red rose. What's this? Why, there's a little gold key attached to the rose. Take gold key from rose. Remove the little gold key from the red rose. Open door. Unlock door. See, they could have easily put in, when you type open door, the response isn't unlock it first. The response is you unlock the door with the key that you just picked up. See? They could have just skipped straight to this. Like, that open door would be an alias for this. You quickly unlock the door. Okay, is there a time thing? Open door, save game. Open door, F5. Marriage. Where am I? There I am. So all I have is the rose and the gold key. Understood. Oh, yep. You're gonna be blamed for that, goon. You killed his bride-to-be. But yep, the spiral staircase inverted controls got us again. Okay. We need to go this way. What? Oh. Yep, the inverted controls got us again. I was like, I need to move towards that wall. Except I was not at a point where it had inverted the controls on me again. See? So if you're wondering what happened there, I was like, okay, I need to go a little bit further left, and then I need to go towards the wall. But just that little bit left was the cutoff point for where the inverted controls kicked off. Alright, so we're going to resave. No. Save over Mawedge. Ah. Climb downstairs. Okay, I think the controls are gone back to normal now. Okay. All right. The trial of the inverted controls is over. All right. Avoid the sleeping guard while passing through the door in the dining room. Go through the door on the far right. This is a rather cheerless dining room. Eating here would not be a pleasant experience. All right, we're in the throne room. It said the far right, but... Okay, it's apparently this one. You have discovered the castle's kitchen. Not a very pleasant kitchen, but a kitchen nonetheless. Against the back wall, 2 cabinets flank a cold stone fireplace. You see a long table under the one small window. Open cabinet. Cabinet is full of dishes. Open cabinet. Open cabinet. What do you mean I'm not close enough? Right, we'll try this one. Open cabinet. Here are all your possessions. Take possession. Take possession. Look tab in it. You know, SSESS. Oh, it's a spelling test. Close cabinet. I wonder why it says to close the cabinet. Turn to the dining room. Pass through the front door. Let's see. Pass through the front right door, through the throne room, all the way up the stairs. Okay. No. Oh, I didn't save after we successfully completed it. At least we were at a good spot. We could complete it the rest of the way. Alright, we already looked at what's going on in here. You need to move the cursor off the middle of the screen again. What? How? Stupid bird. Now we save. So even if we get caught, we don't have to do the stairs again. I wonder if it's time-based for them waking up, not proximity-based, because I've been trying to skirt around them. Open cabinet. Take possessions. Take possessions. Close cabinet. Just saving more often so we don't lose time. Oh god, not another spiral staircase. Stupid spiral staircases. They're the bane of my existence. Ugh. Alright, so actually, where are we going? Past the right door, through the throne room, all the way up the stairs. Understood. That guy is just waiting there to catch me as soon as I walk through that doorway. So we need to not walk through that doorway. Up we go. Save. Oh, they inverted the controls again. Why must you invert the controls? Open door. What do you mean I'm not close enough? Unlock door. Unlock door with gold key. Using the little gold key, you quickly unlock the door. When it's just like, you know damn well what I meant. Stand at the end of the bed and shoot arrow at Lillette. Shoot Lillette. No. You aim the golden arrow towards the lot. You let go on the bowstring. Zing! A direct hit. Lot sits straight up in a bed, a look of agony upon her face. What did you do to me? She shrieks. I'm melting! Melting! No, wait. That's another story. Let's try again. It hurts! It hurts! Stop the pain! Stop it! She went from green to red. You cringe as you watch the evil fairy die a painful death. What happened, you wonder? How could Cupid's arrow have done that? You thought that those arrows were harmless and contained only love. That's how it works if love is bad, and they can't handle love. Clearly, that's just how that works. Where were we? We are here. There we go. Wait, that must be it. Love! Lillot was so evil that when all that pure love entered her body, it acted as a poison to her system. In spite of yourself, you feel a sense of sweet revenge. As she breathes her last, Lillot manages to gasp, I don't know how, but I'll get you for this. Cool. A bright new day is dawning. Edgar bows to you, acknowledging his evil mother's death. He begins to say, you may now walk freely about the castle. And suddenly begins to blush. Okay. Look at Lillot. Lillot is quite dead now. Donesta's magic talisman hangs from around her neck. Take talisman. Okay. Now time to fight with the spiral staircase controls again. Okay, there's the second floor. Nope, stop. There we go. Yes. Look, this is the east end of the hallway. Okay. Open door. Take hen. Take hen. Take fox. Take fox. Take Pandora's box. Look, this seems to be some sort of storage room. What did you come in here for? If you have the AGI version of King's Quest IV, go to the center of the jail cell and type wrap AQ for an Easter egg. After it, leave the jail and type beam me in the corridor for another AGI only Easter egg. Go downstairs to the throne room, exit the castle, and enter the stable, where we will presumably pick up our ride, which is a unicorn. Alright, save. You know, in theory, the diagonal movement will do it, but it doesn't quite. Like, the diagonal movement mostly does it. And mostly was getting me killed. Next, we're in the throne room, and we leave. Oh, look, a stables. You have entered Lalotte's stable, and it looks like an ordinary stable at that. The poor unicorn has been imprisoned here. Open gate. Which side does it open from? It looks like hinges on the right-hand side. They're not close enough. Alright, maybe it opens from the other side. Oh, the walkthrough actually specifies, because apparently I'm not the first person to struggle with that. It says the right side opens up. Let's see, stable, open gate, the right side opens up to release unicorn. Well, where is it then? Open gate. Open gate. Open gate. You know, games these days get a lot of flack for like, oh, there's yellow paint everywhere to tell everyone where to go. It's just like, I'll take that over the over this sort of thing where I know exactly what I want to do. The game knows exactly what I want to do, but it's just like you need to be standing in exactly the right spot to make it do it. How has the classic game thing been going? It's been going well-ish. About, I want to say an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, we switched over from trying to figure things out to using a walkthrough. And even with the walkthrough, we have problems like right now. I know I need to open the gate to let the unicorn out. The walkthrough says, open gate, the right side opens up, to release the unicorn. You see 2 stable gates. And because these look like hinges, I think I should be able to open it here. But it says I'm not close enough. Oh, there it is. As soon as you open the gate, the splendid wild unicorn impatiently leaves its hated prison. It quickly trots out the open stable door to freedom. Good for it. Alright. So now we leave. And we have to put things right. And hopefully not fall to our deaths. This is why we saved. We saved right there for that specific reason. Come on, game. Like, I press left. I can't go any further left because there's a gap there. Like, the wall is right there. Oh, come on. It's a very narrow path, and the controls are not super helpful. We got past the section. Alright, so I think now we need to put everything back where we found it. Because we grabbed the hen and we grabbed Pandora's box. So I'm guessing our next step is to put them away? Okay, yes. It appears that that is correct. That our next steps are to undo the tasks that we did for the evil fairy. And as you can see, it's now counting us at 214 out of 230. Climb down. Not climb down, climb down. Drop. Pandora's box. Climb out. Climb up. There we go. Close door. Lock door. You place the skeleton key in the lock of the crypt door. Click. It locked. You kick the key through the crack under the door. Now no one will ever accidentally release the evils of Pandora's box into the world. Unless, of course, they call a locksmith. In which case, well, you're screwed. But actually, we should save now. Wait, are we not returning the hen to the ogres? Because from the walkthrough it says next we're going to Genesta Island. Perhaps we're keeping the egg for ourselves to take back to our kingdom. Right? We just keep walking. Just keep walking. Just keep walking. Scroll down here just in case. So we walk off the end of the pier. We take a long walk off a short pier. And then we just keep swimming. And hopefully don't get eaten by sharks. So let's see. Yes. That's a good reminder that we do want to save. So according to the walkthrough, we just swim over to the island. We go up and we talk to the good fairy. Give her the talisman. And then we watch the cutscene. Oh, and the walkthrough is saying that the final 2 points are actually for returning her chicken. So that thing that I just said about, wait, we're not gonna give the chicken back that we stole from the ogres? I guess the chicken was originally the fairies, not the ogres. So we're good to go on that. We are returning it to its rightful owner instead of the people we stole it from. So I guess that works well. Janesta's tiny fairies guard the palace door. Open door. Look, this is the entry hall of the Enchanted Ivory Palace. 2 of the doors are closed and presumably off limits to uninvited visitors. The left doorway, however, is open. Cool. We'll go into that one then. You are on a tower stairway in the island's Ivory Palace. You know what? This is how you know the difference between the good fairy and the evil fairy. The evil fairy has spiral staircases that invert your controls and have no handrails. The good fairy has straight back and forth staircases with wide landings and OSHA approved handrails everywhere so you can't fall to your death. That's how you know it's the good fairy. Nesta's tiny fairy helpers flit furiously about, trying to keep you from disturbing the dying fairy. Give talisman. You give the magic talisman to the dying fairy. Almost instantly, the color returns to her cheeks and her green eyes begin to sparkle. She sits up in bed, stretches, and smiles at you. You have saved my life, Rosella, the beautiful fairy says gratefully. And you have saved Tamir from the persecution of Lalot. We are deeply indebted to you. I want to go outside. I need to feel the warm sun on my face. Suddenly, you find yourself outside. My little hen, Janesta suddenly exclaims. Wherever did you find her? I was about to say, it's like I just tried to type in give hen. You explain that the ogre had possession of her. Poor thing, she says. Well, at least she's back home now. Now for you, Rosella, Janesta says. It's my turn to help you out. I will return you to Daventry, and with the magic fruit you will be able to save your father's life. You'd better hurry, though, as he doesn't have much time left. How do you know? Yes, you are anxious to get home again. But first, Janesta proclaims, let's replace those peasant clothes with your royal gown. I think you said you just cast an illusion on us before, so you're just dispelling the illusion, right? With a twinkle in her eye, Janesta announces, there is someone else deserving of a reward for his kindness and heroism. There we go. You have a beautiful soul, Edgar, the fairy says to the ugly little man. You should look like what you are. And now you've given Edgar body dysmorphia. This handsome hug is Edgar? Rosella, he says, I love you. Will you marry me? Oh wait, were we not going to marry him before because he was ugly, but now that he's hot, you know, it's fine? I guess the bigger problem before was his mom, but his mom's dead, so... I'm sorry, Edgar, you're very sweet, but I must immediately return home. Perhaps we'll meet again, you say. Well, Rosella, Janesta announces, it's time for you to go. Your father desperately needs you. Goodbye. We'll never forget you. And we get the adventurer's hat. You give the healing fruit to your dying father and strongly urge him to take a bite, which he weakly does. Oh god, he's turned radioactive. He's just glowing red now. How are you feeling, father? You excitedly ask him. Never felt better in my life, is his reply. What is in this fruit anyway, he wonders. It is magic, father, and you tell your excited family of your adventure in Tamir. Were they all just like standing here the whole time? I don't think you're through with this hat yet, you say. Your brother, Alexander, and your mother, Queen Vanilla Ice, readily agree. You've got too much life ahead of you. So why are you wearing the hat? Why isn't she wearing the hat? So, are we just waiting for the fanfare to finish? Like, it appears to be frozen. Like, I can't do anything. Okay, so we were waiting just for the fanfare to finish. So, all's well that ends well. Until next time, goodbye. Was that a portrait of the developer just then? So we just stuck here? You're not gonna cut to black, cut to credits, give us any sort of control? Okay. Well, there we go then. We have successfully gotten through the first... So let's take a look at this walkthrough for how far we got on our own. We did most of this. We missed this part. So we tried to give we got the pouch, we tried to give it back to the dwarves. We needed to actually give it back to one specific dwarf, so that was misleading. And we did use a hint here for that. We did get the worm, we did get the book, we didn't understand that we should give him the book, but once we did, we got the loot. Once we got the loot, we did know that we accidentally saw this hint, which is unfortunate. We did try to immediately go to the end of the pier and fish with the pole. We did need to check the walkthrough to understand, oh no, this is an RNG thing. You just need to sit there and keep fishing until you catch something. Because I went there, I tried to fish, I didn't catch anything, and then I was like, oh, I guess I need to fish somewhere else. This is the wrong spot. As opposed to, no, it was the right spot. It's just, it's RNG. You just need to do it until you get something. We did figure this out on our own, that we need to give the loot to the satyr. We didn't figure that out on our own. Yeah. We didn't get this part on our own. We need to use the walkthrough for that. We did get that part on our own beforehand. And then I think from here on out... from here on out, we followed the walkthrough. So we only did the first... of these points... I'll say we did maybe like 35-ish, like 30-something out of the total 230 points before we went to the walkthrough. And there's a lot of stuff in that walkthrough that I wouldn't have gotten, either because it was just RNG stuff, or it was just like things that are annoying, like so annoying that I wouldn't think a game would actually have you do them. Like the way through the dark cave is light the lantern, which doesn't actually reveal anything in the dark cave, and then wander around counting on RNG for the troll to not spawn as you kind of like just feel your way around in the dark. That is the designed, deliberate solution to how do I get through the dark cave. It's like, okay, I already figured out when we got to the dark cave, it's like, oh, we need to go get a lantern from the dwarves. Okay, cool. So I go get the lantern, and then you come back to the dark cave, and it's like, well, the lantern doesn't actually light anything up. You're just going to wander your way around anyway. So it's just like, why? And then in the swamp, the answer is, oh, you can't walk through the swamp. You have to jump from thing to thing. So the actual solution to that section is you sit there and you type in jump. And then you type in jump and hit enter. And then you type in jump and you hit enter. And you do this like 16 times. It's just like, it's the sort of solution that I wouldn't even think of because it sounds like such a bad solution. Like, no one would really put that in a game, right? But let's see, what else in here was like clever? Like, I'm talking a lot of shit. Let's see. The whale tongue thing, that was, we actually looked up a YouTube video to figure out that one. That was special. Let's see. Tickle the wound, but once you're inside, like, use the feather you got to tickle the uvula. That's pretty cool. That's decent. Toss a fish to the pelican. That makes sense. Throw a bone to the dog. That makes sense. What I didn't understand, and what I don't know I was supposed to predict, was after you did this section with the unicorn, because I tried to go to the ogre's house earlier. Like, I had the bone. I could have gotten in there. But the door is locked. The thing is that the door magically becomes unlocked when you do this part. So I wouldn't have probably gone back there because, well, I already tried that. The door is locked. Hiding and looking through a keyhole, that part at least makes sense. Using the axe that you found to get past the trees, that makes sense. Yeah, this whole thing with the ghosts, I'm not sure exactly how or if I would have done it. We were well into the, like, just kind of blindly following the walkthrough at this point because I was trying to finish up tonight. And we did. But the general idea of read the epitaphs to get hints of who you are trying to solve the thing for, and then do it, I think that was a pretty decent thing, because, like, especially, like, starting off with the baby, you read the epitaphs, or read the headstones, and one headstone says they died at 6 months. So it's like, oh, obviously this is where we need to find the thing for the baby. It's the one that only was alive for 6 months. But, yeah. Overall, an interesting trip down memory lane and a look at some of the old game design things, that some of which are better left in the past. A reliance on, I don't know if it's randomness as in, like, just do this X number of times until it works out. Actually, I will say that for sure, because there's the, in the walkthrough, it's like, find the unicorn. How do you find the unicorn? You go back and forth between 2 screens until it spawns. So, like, the random number stuff like that wasn't great. But I'd say a decent chunk of the puzzles had straightforward solutions. Even though these, the King's Quest and the Sierra games in general are notorious for... Actually, no, now that I think about it, I was going to say they're notorious for not just obscure solutions, but making things unwinnable. And I don't think I saw any way that we could have made this unwinnable, except, let's see. You only have limited uses of the shovel. So that's a way to make it unwinnable. And, like, maybe you could have, like, eaten the fruit, or if you've missed things, it would be unwinnable. Like, if you get eaten by the whale before you get the feather. But I don't know if the whale spawns before you get the feather. So yeah. Overall, it was an interesting time. We should have 2 more streams this week. I don't know which days they will be on. One of them is going to be another game from 1988. I haven't decided on exactly what yet. It might be like Pools of Radiance, which is an old AD&D game. There was a whole series of these things. It might be more of an arcade shoot-'em-up sort of thing. Could be a variety. We will also have one day of Dungeons & Dragons Online, as is our regularly scheduled game. So, awkward sign-off time. It's late. I need to go to bed. Drink water, eat food, go to the bathroom, take care of yourselves. If you've liked your time here, you know you can click the buttons, the like, the subscribe, all that sort of stuff. If not, that's fine too. I appreciate you being here. There's a lot of stuff you could be doing with your time on the internet, and you chose to spend it with me, so I appreciate that. So, once again, thank you everyone for being here for King's Quest IV, The Perils of Rosella, and